Hello, welcome to the masterclass on the Legend of Nephi. I believe this will be the final lesson for this course. Hereafter, I will see where my next life path element is. I am Monty from Montana, strong, sober mind that likes to solve problems in order to help people. I have accepted Yeshua into my heart as my personal Lord and Savior and Redeemer. My spiritual name currently is Nephi John, and I'll discuss some of that in a moment. And my spiritual journey is to waste and wear out my life to bring the truth out of the darkness. I've put lots of different data of all sorts. I'm trying to decide what my next path is. I don't know if I put this license here, but yes, I did. So at some point I created what's called the GSL. So their closest license that I would prefer would be the MIT, or there's another one called basically F around, find out, do whatever the F you want. And that's the the X-Gen in me. This is the the polite version of that. And this creation is freely given to everyone without restriction on use, while respectfully giving attribution to a higher power that instills ideas making this creation possible. So the foundation of the GSL is the concept of there's a potter and I'm just the clay. Number one, I recognize the ideas popping in my head come from somewhere. Number two, I recognize this somewhere as a God source abstraction. And I don't care what label you give to it. You can give an atheistic label, such as an information processing theory perspective. But namaste, I show respect, homage to whatever label you give to where these ideas come from. And then obviously I have to end it with some version number that's mathematically related. So in my life journey, I trying to ponder, why this date, what is the significance of it. I think if I had more wisdom about certain things, I would understand that better. This is today. We're moving towards a full moon. So here's the sun. So as soon as the moon gets to the full moon, which is in another couple days, this will update slightly. Most of this will remain basically unchanged in a few days. And then, this is obviously, there's a crossing point here. It's crossing MC, which is the mid something. I am Aries, Aries rising. If I go back, no, I'm up forward. So this is kind of when I started. Not a lot's changing. There's a little bit movement here and here, but the moon's kind of swinging around to that MC. I can observe that. What that means, not my thing. First of all, I don't think I have the correct gender to be making such interpretations of the heavens. I believe the fairer sex, the left side, the strong side, seems that they were the guardians of the firmament and the repair of the firmament, and so it would make sense that they would also be the guardians of the interpretation. But I am in Aries, so I look at, there's Chiron there in Aries. Home and family. So it's home and family my specific home and family, or is it the same sociality that exists here will exist in heaven, home and family? So my home and family are those guys that, teach that Sunday school or elders quorum class that make me think, make me consider another world perspective. That's crack cocaine for me, so we all have, what motivates us, what we enjoy. It's not an addiction, but the concept of crack cocaine or crack candy, or I don't know what the metaphor would be. So I've shared a lot of information. I'm well aware this could be published in different places. Not my deal. I'm 4 years ago on this date, I listened to something my son said and did. He was a young infant. I interpreted it at that time to mean one thing, which is tied to the spiritual name of John in Nephi John. And now 4 years on, I think I have a different understanding of what that was. That was a Nazarene, the word Nazir. If you were to look it up in the Strong's Concordance, you might find it quickly, maybe. Ashnaz, suggesting that this person was part of this Nazir group. So 4 years ago, I was going down the path of Bar Jonah and Bat Ur. The Essenes supposedly were the Bat Ur. And now as I reflect 4 years on, Nazah is related to that. Nazir is what I'm looking for. So Nazir was the Nazarites. There's some question about, is the Nazarite a Nazarene? Jesus of Nazareth. But the Nazir is this idea of separating yourself. And I believe the grapeseed vine, the grapeseed oil, was very important in the consecration of a Nazir, so I think I was attracted to that. However, if you look at what we currently have in the Old Testament, it's kind of all over the place, which kind of tells you maybe it was tied to the Messiah death event, but they weren't supposed to drink anything related to the vine. No wine, no seeds, no oils from the vine. So it's like, it seems to be the opposite of what I'm perceiving. So 4 years ago, I felt like I needed to walk away from the social constructs of modern society and deal with those implications. And then, life hit and I kind of went back to university and, this and that. But I feel like that is still the correct path. So I'm not interested in your money. I'm not interested in publishing. If you're interested in publishing, please remember the God source element, understand how attribution works. Certainly, when you review those 4 questions of who you are, what your skill set is, how you have developed a relationship with Yeshua, what your spiritual journey is, those 4 questions lead to a 5th question, is what synergies can we provide? So currently what I'm thinking is, I need to turn on these servers that I've had in storage to see if they still work, and maybe get to work on some of these OCR, which is the conversion of these PDFs into relational data related to these dictionaries. That's my current thinking. And so I'll move in that direction, but certainly life changes as we move forward. So the concept of the Nazir might be my spiritual name, and it's a spiritual shift I understood to be John before. That doesn't mean that John's symbol, as we'll talk about today, wasn't a clue specifically guided for me. So part of the purpose of this masterclass is to demonstrate how the brain works unfiltered in real time. And that's why some of these 5 or 6 hour sessions have gone that long. It's because you're seeing what I'm doing in real time. It's very non-linear. I pick up on a thread, I run with it. Sometimes it falls off out of the brain, so I don't worry about it. I don't make a little outline list. I don't force myself in a cave when I'm freewheeling. Freewheeling is one method of making sense of the world. When I reflect on that, I would say the freewheelers are tied to the telepaths. We just can't talk and process fast enough in this mortal body. And so we drop threads. We don't finish ideas. But if I were to go back and listen to myself, a lot of times that will trigger, oh, that was the purpose of that thread. That was the purpose of that thread. The other thing I need to finish is some of my calendar system, some of this, the Humanverse, which is a platform to do all these data analytics independently in one place. When I was talking about the date system, the advantage of doing a leap year every 4 years is it reduces the variation from the true solstice, or this true equinox. So you're going to have greater deviations from the true astronomical observation of the equinox. So the best calendar out there in the modern world is called the Nowruz calendar, the Persian calendar. But in my estimation, it's contrary to the concept of what a calendar is supposed to be. So they actually have a person observing and making an assertion of, is the equinox on the 19th, 20th, or 21st this year? And it's requiring human input, which can lead to human deviations. And obviously it reduces the standard deviation of when the start of the new year was. But it's the word calendar is supposed to be some sort of rule. So to create a leap year rule where you're just adding days as a function of the number 5 is going to have no, on average, no distinction from the current understanding of 365.2422 days. However, it's going to have a slightly larger deviation when it talks about it has to wander away from the true spring equinox, and then it corrects itself. That's the whole point of those leap days. And I'm calling those Zellian days. I've been working on some other things, but I think I want to start figuring out how to take some of this PDF data and put in relational form so I could actually do a follow-on masterclass on this or a different topic, and I could access the data and start doing some significant analysis. So with that being said, you are more than welcome to pick up any of the threads that I've dropped here and follow your heart. That's the whole idea. This isn't about me. This is about the intent of unlocking the wisdom of Jehovah. And Jehovah being, from an Abrahamic tradition, what I would say. If you're from a Gangan tradition, you may use different language. It's definitely not West Africa. So let's do... So when I say the Ganga tradition, there is the word those from the British would use would be Bengal, which means in the local language the land of the Ganga River. And so I won't use Bengal because that's tied to King James and all the atrocities he did. So this is what I mean when I say the Ganga. The Ganga is one of the most revered gifts of the subcontinent of India. It's a river. It has mountains behind it. Kathmandu. Kolkata used to be called Calcutta or whatever the British decided to name it. The British, when they did their opioid trades and everything, they made this group the accountants, the ones that would keep track of all the monies and do whatever. And the great culture of what we would say the Indian culture was vastly perverted by the introjection of the British. The Indus Valley is over here. Alexander the Great came to Indus Valley, went back to Greece, and all of a sudden Greece got really smart and had a golden age. Okay, what does that tell you? The oracles of Delphi were actually people brought back from the Indus Valley. Supposedly he was preparing to cross the Ganges River, and there were stories of armies and elephants ready to take him out. There is a story that he's kind of snuck across looking for wisdom of the gurus, found out about the concept of living forever. And then to the south is called the Tamil area. So the Tamil area is where this Gangan stele archaeological reference was. There's a mountain or something here that was possibly a column when we talk about the pillars of heaven. And in their tradition, they said this mountain bowed itself in reverence to another mountain. Like somehow it got lower. And that could have happened with the collapse of the firmament and the columns supporting the firmament. All of these names are significant in, Meghna, Narayana. So Narayana means offering water to the Buddha who sunset under the tree on the Ganga River. And the story of Ganga the goddess is that she was walking along this beautiful river and a mortal man saw her and fell in love with her. And so she agreed to have a relationship with him, but she said, if I ever have a child, don't ask. She went to Brahma, the god of all gods, the Most High God, and I don't want to say Jehovah because I don't want to make that connection, because I don't want to assume that I understand how polygenesis works. If Ganga was invited to the party and is the thumb on the right hand, very close relationship to the person that did the invitations. However, the names of the technology, I don't want to lock in to, that's what this means. You got to keep it loose because you're just understanding some of this. So anyway, this Deva, which is a goddess, she agreed to have this relationship. She talked to Brahma, and Brahma says, if you have children with this man, you need to kill them, to drown them in the river. So in the Ganga story, she has 7 sons with this man, and every time she has a son, she tells him, I need to go away. She goes to the river and drowns the child. With the 8th son, so I'm saying this on purpose, 7, 8. With the 8th son, he follows her to the river, sees what she's doing, and begs her to stop. And she's holding this child into the river, and the boy lives. And he later, I believe, said something like, I can hold my breath a long time. And that's kind of interesting, related to my experience 4 years ago on February 23rd as I talk about this. So, does that sound anything related to what we have in Genesis 6? The sons of heaven married the daughters of men, and there were giants in the land. But it's the reverse gender. The Most High God of their religion gave her permission to have that relationship, and it seemed like once the 7 was answered, once the God or the earth oath, meaning the Lord of the earth, the fallen world, was answered, the God oath kicked in and she could have the 8th child. This number 8 goes across all places. And so the number 8 might be tied to the division of humanity because of the fall. And I still don't understand exactly what the nature and direction of the fall is. There's one tradition on the western coasts of France, some ancient civilization. They'd put their women on the island, the men would be on the shore. If they wanted a conjugal visit, the woman would get on a boat and come visit shore. And the women had a temple on their island. Does it sound like Isla del Sol in Peru? And they would have an annual event where they would repair the tiles of the roof. And if anyone were to break a tile, they would all take their own tiles and smash them to the ground, point to the woman that broke her tile and say, Eva, Eva, or Eve, Eve. And so, to me, that is a further connection to this idea of a firmament. The women are somehow responsible for its maintenance and repair. And who is the guardian of the tower? Who is the cherub of the tower? If you read Isaiah 5, there was a tower and a wine press in the garden. And the tower in Chinese links to gold and links to, the same similar words as pyramid. So that kind of creates some fuzziness there. With gold and silver I will raise up armies and oppress. So we know the game plan of the wicked one is to grind the face of the poor. That's by definition what he does, and Isaiah kind of clarifies that as that event. Just to the east here we have the yellow people. The Yangtze means the Yellow River. The founding gods were called the yellow gods, a male and a female. And it seems like the woman, the yellow goddess, also spoke of her need to repair the firmament once when the beast or the demon or whatever wanted to commit suicide and kill himself by smashing his head against the firmament. The Gangan tradition talks about how there was a battle with a demon or a beast and it was defeated, and I'm estimating it was castrated, and the Holy Trinity of the 3 primary gods and their wives gave all of their weapons and power to one, I think it was Shiva's wife, and she was the one that actually engaged and defeated and castrated or whatever, right? So the castration is me kind of piecing things together, but I do it very loosely because I don't know the exact explanation. So when I see a word like Jumana, certainly that's going to have Gangan meaning, but that also looks very Persian to me, like the jewel of light in Persian. So what's interesting about this story is it ties the number 7 and 8 together. It ties Genesis 6, but it suggests that it's just not men and women, it's also women and men. She chose to have a relationship with the mortals. It seemed like it was allowable as long as you somehow answered 7, and then you got to 8. The 7 might be the Pleiadians. The Pleiadians seem to be the ones that were supposed to be the keepers of time. But once things went sideways, it seems like they kind of interjected themselves. So to answer the 7, you might be answering to the Pleiadians somehow. Once you get past the Pleiadians, then you can answer to the 8, to God. So 8 is very important. So Aristotle has this strange quote about understanding the nature of a person by observing them the first 7 years. I don't know if that's tied to pedestry, which was very common in their society, but it was 7. Joseph Smith talks about being 8 years old, 8 days old. All of the cleansing purification processes after having birth with a child in the Judeo tradition is a function of 8, not 7. And then, I spoke of how Josiah became king at 8 years old. Maybe it was Mulek that was also 8 years old. So kind of this idea of age of accountability. And those that kind of believe in the esoteric, what they say is when you're about 8 years old, your beta or theta waves, your ability to kind of connect to the heavens changes, and kind of the veil of reality sets in. So one of the most beautiful times to spend with a child is before they're 8, especially that age of like 2 to 5 when they're first developing language. Zelf on the shelf. Doesn't that look like the attempt of Joseph Smith to explain the bones of Zelf and the prophet of Onondaga? So I just saw this when it means the people of the hills. Oh, they have the name people in it. They have a longhouse. My hypothesis is the longhouse is a post-Messiah death event. He came and explained how he lived and how he died with his friends who ministered to them. And so it's going to be very hard in the archaeological record to do a before and after of the Messiah death event. But there it is. So if you want to know, was this Zelf on the shelf or whatever tied to that narrative, and someone's going to say, well, the guy wrote it down and it was some other name. Like, I don't care what the name was. When I saw this name, it made me think of that other name. Joseph Smith is unlearned. These people are saying words really fast. This is clearly another one of these words that must mean something. Ojiba. So, Hiawatha. Can you find that in the Egyptian dictionary? And this is what triggered that. I was looking at something else. You just kind of let life take you. So this was the what was called the Hopewell Earth event. And if they would have framed it differently, I think they would have got away with it. But they were going hard at anthropological traditions. There's no evidence that at 300 AD there was a decline because the authors wanted 300 AD to be the answer. So they crafted their entire story around that, and it was tied to some either Halley's Comet, so again Halley's Comet comes up, or some Chinese prediction of something. So they wanted the answer of 300 AD. If they hadn't, so let's say they had this idea that Yeshua came to America about 32 AD. Many of the complaints that led to the retraction would not have occurred. So you need to understand who's doing this research. When I think of geology, University of Cincinnati is not the mainstay. When the editors had this retracted, there was someone that was really angry in the community. Nature is a top journal. So to get a retraction means there's a failure among the editors because they didn't have whoever created the retraction or someone like him on the review process to make sure this paper didn't come to light. So they sent a note to everyone. Everyone at the University of Cincinnati did not respond. The only one that responded is this guy. So this is a third party that just does the isotopic carbon dating for them. And so why is this so controversial? Why do they want to get it off the map? it's very interesting where this is, because this is the place on the map where, if you look at an old map, some of the oldest maps of this area, the word Columbia is right there on the map. When I saw it there, I was like, why is it there? And the other thing interesting about this is very near the Newport Aquarium. And then, they go through their processes. I think they did everything correct functionally, but the implications they were trying to draw and the frame they were trying to make is it led to the Hopewell collapse at 300 AD. They're opening a can of worms there. But was there an event that led to a collapse at 31 AD? Absolutely. And so what they did is they analyzed soils. They were looking for charcoal, and they were trying to carbon date that charcoal. They're saying that charcoal was associated with an airburst event. And then, they did some really interesting things to try to find these. For those of you that done 9/11 research, this is not normal. This means there was a superheated environment to create these structures. I forget what it was called 9/11, but the engineers of 9/11 know a lot more than what the government told us. So they spent, to get it published in Nature is like a life-changing event for these scholars, but they spent so much time there. So when you get into the carbon data, I've already explained that if there's been a significant number of airburst events throughout the histories of time, all of your assumptions of the carbon dating method are going to be under bias. So even, let's say this was 300 AD perfectly based on their data, it could have been earlier. I think that's the direction of the bias. And, so this shows the depths and kind of the level. So if the depth is 60 and they're going 2,000 years, in 60 they're putting it in these discrete buckets. Part of that is going to determine where you land. But it makes the data easier. So if you could have somehow isolated the core to another known event that was tied to history, you could be more precise. But the airburst event is in that window. And then they tried to model where the actual event epicenter was and how it would have influenced the local area. So I'm telling you, this airburst event was tied to the death. 9 months later, when he shows up, they're up here either rebuilding the serpent earthwork, and it's not that far away. This is, if you didn't travel by boat and just walked by land from here to the earthwork, it would take you 2 or 3 days probably. So when I found this article, this is like, wow. So here's a connection of a Tunguska Earth event that hits right in the heart of the heartland, for those of you that love the heartland model. And it would certainly explain how you couldn't light fires. If you read some of the stuff of the original, the Russian Tunguska event with in the modern era with the eyewitness accounts. So the guy that just did the carbon dating, he agrees. The other people did not respond. So there's a failure of the editor to let this through, and this is a major, mud in the face for everyone involved. And then you need to understand, well, who's the one bent out of shape of this, and what was their main concerns? This is the summary of their main concerns. And this fifth point was their main concern. So if you look at the other Tunguska-like event, the airburst event that was tied to Sodom and Gomorrah, Those people got published in Nature, but they started at the very beginning. We have no belief whatsoever that we're trying to make a relationship between these findings and Sodom and Gomorrah. So they kept to their science to prevent this. This paper wanted to anchor it to the decline of the Hopewells and anchor it to some Chinese cyclical thing, either tied to Halley's Comet or something else. So if they would have stayed in their lane and just focused on what it was, they wouldn't have received all this backlash. And so they had anthropology, geology, and biology on the main paper, not at a significant university. You look at the time of publication here, this was fast on the retraction one. I don't know what the timeline of the other one was. This one is referencing the Sodom and Gomorrah one, that they don't want to call Sodom and Gomorrah because they wanted to get published in this journal. And so then you need to understand, is there a political element here? And the answer is absolutely yes. And if you haven't been part of the review process and don't see that, you wouldn't understand that. So the lead on this is someone that works in the carbon dating technologies. So this is the guy that got most upset. And then it seems like he got together with a group of people that believed him. So most of these people that believe him are upset because there's no decline in the Hopewell civilization at that point. But I would be curious of, what do these Hopewell anthropologists believe there was a decline anytime in the civilization, such as 30 or something AD. But then if you go back to the carbon dating, all of the timelines, for example, just the Serpent Mound is all over the place. And so what that tells you is there's this interesting data point that's, and one of the persons on it was from the Smithsonian, which was an obvious connection to why they would want that removed. So this is the last lesson. I'm going to show a different thing if I were to prepare and not just go with a riff. You have an opportunity to see different findings. There's a benefit in innovation and technology if you want to be an innovator, to be able to put on different hats and approach problems in different ways. Sometimes you want to just do the free-for-all. Do not lock your brain in to bulleted lists. Just go with the flow. Do a riff. And that's why we like the podcasts, is the podcasts online are generally semi-structured, meaning they're semi-structured interviews. We're going to talk about this and this and that. And we like that they're semi-structured because something is going to be said that doesn't sound boring. And so the reason this is called the final lesson is the entire purpose of the Book of Mormon. You know, we're told that the title page was written by Mormon and Moroni. And it says the purpose is to bring the Jew and the Gentile to the knowledge of Yeshua. And so at breakfast with my dad the other day, we were talking about Ammon and, you know, that it's okay to say God or Great Spirit. Do you believe in God? I believe in a Great Spirit. Well, that Great Spirit is God. Do you see how that's enlarging? That's not reducing. There's no redaction there. It's an enlarging event. Now compare that to, we're the Church of Jesus Christ. We're not the Mormons, right? So one is enlarging, one is contracting. And it's semantic. So when we were talking, I again said something because of my entire tradition that we are Mormon. I said Mormon, and because he's who he is, another Aries, and he knows it bothers me. He says, no, it's the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So he reminds me of the Kool-Aid that I'm choosing not to drink. So then I said, "Hey, Dad, where's the official copy of the Book of Mormon sanctioned in the Hebrew language?" "Oh, it's on the website." I'm like, "Are you sure, Dad? Have you looked?" The purpose of the Book of Mormon is to bring the Jew to the knowledge of Yeshua. But we haven't had time in 250 years to create a Hebrew edition. And so now you're wondering, why in the hell is he laughing? What's the alternative? To get frustrated? To cry? You choose to react how you want. You can get bitter, and maybe it's healthy in the stages of grief to get bitter, to get angry. To be human is to express everything. So I could go cold stone brutal there with that whole, "Oh, you wanted to convert the Jews, but you didn't," I could go down that path, but I'm just laughing. It's just hilarious. I think one of the things that we're supposed to do on this earth is to entertain our children in heaven. Cosmic humor. And so they gotta be laughing at Mormonism. "Oh, we gave them this more information," and they canonized their books and did the same thing. And I think it's funny. "Oh, it's serious. The end of the world." We're all gonna die. That we were born on this earth to die. So what's serious? You're choosing to make it serious. You're choosing to let cortisol ruin your life. Namaste. You need to overcome your Western views and say it's all good. Joseph Smith, did he teach something like that? Section 121, "If the very gates of hell shall be against you, it is for your good." It's all good. Okay. So, I think I need to make this deviation here. So, cosmic humor. Here's an example of cosmic humor. Elder Bednar is my favorite of this modern group of men. And this YouTube clip is a short where he says the government overreached in taking away religious liberties. Basically what he said. He didn't say it exactly like that. And then I listen to that and I have to laugh, because then I could say the Mormon Church universe did the same thing with COVID. So the government overreached, chose when you could open house, church houses, etc., 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 and Bednar says that. And I'm like, Bednar, you cannot see the hypocrisy. The Mormon Church said, if you want to, you spent your whole life being Mormon, you want to go on a mission and serve God, you have to get an experimental vaccine approved by Pfizer, or you can't go on a mission. Did they just take away the liberties of all of those young men and women that did not believe in an experimental vaccine or had different views on vaccines in general? And then the humor is, the MPC's open, everyone there has got this experimental Pfizer vaccine, and there's a huge outbreak of COVID. And so, I can say I love Bednar. He would be someone I would love to take a Sunday school class from, elders quorum class from. He tries to drink deeply from the wells of the dews of the doctrine, as I suggested in that poem from the other day. And he's also of the doctor class, but he's of that benign class that I also belong to, that I think under the hood, academics, we try to seek truth, but as we saw with that Hopewell airburst event, it can get very political very fast. And Bednar is busy with all the minutia that he has to do, all the appointments, all the traveling, all this, that, and the other. because he's a reflective man. Some of his insights are very helpful. But that he can't see how what the Mormon church, and maybe he did, so maybe on their Thursday meetings he opposed it. They had a vote and it was unanimous. They took away the religious liberties of a class of Mormon believers who chose not to participate in an experimental vaccine that, when implemented, didn't work. I remember at the time we were going to church, and they'd just opened church, and I was taking Alex, and he was young, and the sister missionary was at the door, and she's like, "Are you on the list?" Because they did this half and half, so you had to be on the list. You couldn't just attend. You had to be half of the ward, apparently, that could attend that Sunday. So we were on the list. We were allowed to go in. And then she takes this infrared device, and she wants to shoot it into the third eye, the brain of my son, to get his temperature. And I I put my hand in front of the laser thing, and I said, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I have to take his temperature." "Do you have to shoot it into his brain? Can't you shoot it into his wrist?" Oh, I guess I could. And Ruach enough, the anger was there, and I kind of made sure I calmed myself down. And some of you may be thinking, that's ridiculous. Okay, that's your opinion. You're shooting some sort of laser into the cerebrum of a child, and you think that's healthy. So anyway, the Bednauer has this little video clip, but he cannot see that he could just replace government with another institution, the Mormon Church universe, and they overreached in taking away the religious liberties. And then the Pfizer connection is funny, because Pfizer leadership is going to be the next generation of the church, no doubt. It's just the nature of how they've done their human resource management and leadership development is a function of Pfizer sales reps, because they have a lot of free time, they make good money, so they're always going to be good leaders in the church because they're available. Anyway, I had to go off on that tangent. I've been sitting on that for about 3 days, but since I was laughing, I'm like, let's continue the irony. So if we review the fundamental elements of the legend of Nephi, Lehi had one job to do, just one. His job was to go to the river islands. And we made the connection of his name as being a spiritual name, going to the island. That's a very important anchor. The story is the legend of Nephi. So you can go back and say Mormon was important, Moroni was important, Moroni, having this squabble with Pahoran was important, Teancum was important. Okay, none of that happens if Nephi doesn't build a nation. Not only does he not build a quality nation, it endures 2,100 years or more, which is a sign that he was a good engineer. He was a good social engineer. Most of his government teachings endured into the Incan civilization. So when I talk about the House of Virgins and all that, that's me reviewing what the chronistas are saying when Colombia. Now notice what I just said. So rather than saying a lot of words, I'm just saying when Colombia. So Colombia is an entire idea of Cologne arriving. So I'm starting to try to use this language that I'm understanding. I'm trying to put it into practice. And so the idea of the House of the Virgins, that the veterans of war stay in the village, that when a boy hits pubescence, he leaves the village. The stripling warriors, we did all things that our mothers taught us. They hadn't left the village yet. They were 12 years old or so but they were tall. They had sprung forth. So let's start here and see if it's here. And you can't talk about stripling warriors, which saying, what was the turning point, the change point? When did you no longer become a stripling warrior and became a man? It's tied to puberty. It's tied to the sexual reproduction capabilities. Helaman. Oh, there's one. Helaman is in there. So Helaman has a name associated with him leading these stripling warriors. So Moroni may actually mean a virgin, and so a virgin would possibly be someone that is of age that has chosen not to engage in sexual relationships. And that's found in the Guarani dictionary. Stripling means you're having your bar mitzvah in another culture. How is that pronounced?
Strong's H 5958. LM.
You see that Helaman can be in there. So that Helaman leads the stripling warriors is one of these Shazer words. And Joseph Smith said that, one word could have this whole story meaning. Like Joseph Smith was told that, but he was an unlearned man. He couldn't piece it together. Okay, so you're just making stuff up. So part of what I'm doing here is I'm intentionally reviewing some of the tools that you use. And so the dictionary of Noah Webster is anchored to that same verse. From stripe strip, primarily a tall, slender youth, one that shoots up suddenly. When Nephi, the legend in 1 Nephi 1:1 says something like, Anina afi Allah, the word Allah means to spring forth in the Hebrew. And then later we learn he's large in stature. My estimation is Nephi, when he went to the mountain by himself, experienced his first bar mitzvah. He became of age. So that means when he's getting married, his brother's maybe 18, he's 12, maybe 13. So he's engaging in sex with a girl when he's 13 years old. What is that going to do to that relationship? That's going to create a very strong bond because they're both very innocent, don't have a lot of life experience, but this pleasure that is sex is going to be a tremendous bonding agent, a polymer. So then when he's giving his psalm, the Psalm of Solomon, where he's weeping in his pillow at night, I think this was something they agreed upon, which was his second, his sister wife, which was one of the daughters of Sam. And I imagine that he and his primary wife are in bed together weeping over this. I've had conversations with people that are good Mormons that love their husbands, that, like this family that I'm thinking of specifically, like this of my generation is the best Mormon family I've seen in their loyalties, in their beliefs, but also that they seek wisdom even though they're kind of trapped into the current culture. And we had this conversation about, the wife spending her whole life being a virgin, maintaining her virtue, and then giving herself freely to her husband in marriage, and then having to think about the enmity, the jealousy of then giving all of that to another woman. So we had this conversation, very enlightening. We had this conversation 20-some years ago. So in the Mormon culture, because we've isolated the concept of virginity and all of this, it would even exacerbate this same problem. The advantage Nephi had is he began his sexual life at a very young age, which allowed him to bond, I would argue. And it also just demonstrates that was their societal thing. So they're in Arabia, where there's likely a lot more polygamy going on. They possibly see harems. They possibly see this concept of having a separate tent for the women that are first passing into puberty. Instead of the bar mitzvah, it would be the bat mitzvah, the daughter mitzvah. And you would get her out of the mother's household, and with other girls going through the same process, she would be taught by a member of the Relief Society. So she would be taught about this, but not by her mother. That seems to me to be the implication there. And then they get to America, and they're giving all of these gifts to these tribal leaders, and these tribal leaders had their culture and history from before, and these tribal leaders are like, please marry my daughter, join our family. The Psalm of Nephi. He sees a vision. So he, like, maybe he didn't, but it's highly probable that he saw that he had brown babies. He knows it, his wife knows it, but if you read carefully when he says the traditions of our fathers, that's not a trivial statement. Anytime Nephi says something, it's not trivial. He's a limbic learner. So when he says, oh yeah, we lived in a manner after happiness, he's downplaying. He's not overstating. Great are the words of Isaiah. For him to say that, because of his nature of he downplays everything. Whatever you think great is, you need to multiply by 10, because Nephi would, be all cool and nonchalant about some of the most amazing stuff that happened. Oh, we had adventures and struggles in the wilderness. Yeah, he made some of the stuff they did, some of the wars they probably fought, and that Kedar had to come and help with arrows. There was a lot of stuff going on that we don't have the story of. Obviously we did, or possibly did, with the book of Lehi. And then if you think about Jacob, when he finally, Nephi dies, and he's like, hey, you guys knock it off. Nephi was supposed to do that because he had that vision. Don't do cunyadismo. What do you think God knew would happen? Of course they're going to do cunyadismo. And look at the logic Jacob uses. He probably uses the logic that Nephi and Nephi's wife shared with him openly. This breaks both of our hearts. But Jacob interpreted it differently. But I don't think Jacob ever would throw Nephi under the bus, because Jacob understood Nephi was doing things that wasn't in his purview. So why the Alma story of the Leahon not working because Nephi did something wrong is something I really struggle with. Like if I had to debate whoever said that in that Alma part of Nephi, I'm going to stand with Nephi. And so they were reading something much later, they were interpreting to say Nephi was a sinner. I'm like, if there's one guy you don't want to have a stare down with the judgment bar in the history of mankind other than Yeshua, I'm pretty sure it would be Nephi. I would hold your tongue. And so maybe in Arabia, he took that second wife already as a young person. Because in Arabia, they would have seen that. And I think for Lehi, all of this was just so overwhelming, but he was just running with it until he ran out of energy. So he probably died at a young age, I would say maybe even 60. Whereas, Nephi was just starting up. He had to be young. You couldn't be influenced and open to possibility if you're already fixed in your ways. You can't unring the bell of life experience. And so that probably is in here at some point, so we'll just skip over it. So Shazer introduces us to the concept of a superword. Joseph Smith had said that when they got these Egyptian hieroglyphs. So the key element here is the Book of Moses, the Pearl of Great Price was likely the Book of Lehi. They had partial components of original editions of the scribal process. Joseph Smith, as an unlearned man, wanted to cover that up because he thought that made the transcription process less real. For people that actually do transcriptions and put in the hours, that would have actually made it more authentic. But he thought it would make it seem less authentic. And you need to understand how he determined authenticness. He and his dad would hang out at this store selling nothing to no one and just chit-chat with men. So it wasn't about being right. It was about convincing mediocre-minded men that you were right, is his worldview of construction. And so if you understand that can of worms, the Mormon church still falls on that apologetic lens. Oh, they translated it one time without edits. Have you ever written a paper and done that? That must have been the work of God. Okay. Okay. Keep telling yourself that. And so Moses 139 is the marker. So it seems like what happened is the manuscript gets lost. Joseph's first reaction is to take the previous scraps of paper, the previous drafts he has, and try to recreate what he had said. And in that process, he's like, there's no way I'm going to arrive at that same place. And then he receives a revelation that, don't do it. So I think the Spirit is just saying, you're right, Joseph. You're not going to be able to recreate it. And then we throw Martin Harris under the bus and say, oh, bad man, bad. Joseph took responsibility for it. He said no, and then God allowed it because Joseph took responsibility. When the Book of Mormon was finally published, Martin got his cut. So was he just an investor of a startup company and he wanted to get his payout? I don't think so. So this was all on purpose, for you to think, oh, if this would have happened, then God is on the throne. He knew from the beginning all this would go down. He gives his children opportunities. That's why there's potential timelines prepared. But he kind of knows what the children are going to do. Once in a while, the children might surprise him, which is pleasant to him. So that Royal Skousen says some of the language is from the 1400s. Maybe there was a timeline that the Book of Mormon was going to come forth out of the British Isles. Who knows? And then, this paper in the BYU papers that this guy reviews, that there's like 3 other men in the Northeast that are having similar visions as Joseph at the same time, like God's preparing a plan B. That seems reasonable. For me, what's more important is the others that were spiritual leaders that created important Christian movements at that time. And that would be, I think, the Shakers, but with that belief system, you're not going to last very long. The Shakers, but that was a flash in the pan. But specifically in Boston, there's a place called Church of Christ the Scientist. It was a woman that had visions and had the ability to heal people through faith and prayer. She created a church, not to be confused with the Tom Cruise Scientology church, which I also have a great deal of respect for. It's just of a different genre. It's not even Christian. The leader of the church said he was spoken to by a spirit guide, so he was receiving this channeling. This spirit guide hid in a volcano when some great destruction happened, and it's teaching him secrets of the universe, similar to the concept of Nolam, that everything has fundamental element. And I could certainly go down the path of how cultic that religion is, how they force members to stay in the membership. If you leave, you gotta, but then that would be hypocrisy in the Mormon frame. But I respect it because it's anchored to spiritual vision. Well, he made it up. Well, you can say he made it up. So I'm not going to flinch when you're throwing Joseph Smith under the bus, because we got Christ. So the other one was the Jehovah Witnesses. I think they came out of that same time frame of this great awakening of Joseph Smith. Either that or the Seventh-day Adventists, one of the two. And I think they were founded by women, either one. So Joseph Smith has all these scraps of paper. He can't replicate what they had done before. One of the scraps says, "For behold, this is my work to my glory, to the immortality and eternal life of man." And we have this somewhere. And then it goes through additions and becomes Moses 139 that we have. More flowery, more articulate, more Englishy. So they were going through additions. When the church was founded, April 6th, there were already 1,700 members. But it was being founded officially because there are lawyers in Dallin H. Oaks, and you've got to get your business license types in the world. So they did it. And likely, because Joseph was an unlearned man, to receive your Book of Mormon, you had to return all of the scraps of paper you had. Because if you think about this from a historical point of view, those would be invaluable right now in our community. Now, Talmage in the B.H. Roberts time frame, B.H. Roberts probably saw a lot more than we'll ever see, because it was either put in a safe or burned, because the idea of burning documents to hide truths is what an unlearned man would do. You're burning knowledge. That to me, that's just a sin all in and of itself. I don't care what that knowledge is. But it seems like Joseph took the Master Mayhem knowledge and created these secret oaths among the Council of 50, these penalties tied to the Masonic tradition of cutting your throat. I got my endowment right when that changed, and I think that would have been like, what? My God isn't a God of penalties. My God is a God of love. And that would have been hard for me, but luckily Gordon made that change right before. Gordon didn't make the change. He wasn't the prophet at the time. Okay. Gordon was running the show because he had put a lame duck in office for a long time by convincing that lame duck to have his heart replaced or major heart surgery. And again, the cosmic humor just goes on and on and on. When I was in the MTC, during my mission, I had 4 mission presidents. So that means the MTC was swapping out, and then a year into my mission, they were swapping out. There were 2 apostles that came for the swap out of the MTC mission president, Neil Maxwell, and the junior, I shouldn't use apostle, the junior elder that is a self-reported apostle. And I remember his talk. He talked about Beta Bata. I was in the choir, not because I'm a singer, but because my companion wanted to be in the choir. We sang O Divine Redeemer. And then the cosmic humor kicks in, and I'll just leave it there. So I am never going to shy away from Joseph Smith saw something, and it's our job to work it out. So all these apologists trying to explain, well, where did the Abraham come from? He's an unlearned man. He's got all this information. He had these lost pages, and then all of a sudden someone's selling a mummy in town years later. And he's like, oh, good. So he pulls all that out of some safe or some repository, but it was kind of an earlier draft. And by an earlier draft, there may have been back and forth with heaven. Like, what do you mean by this? You know, his conversations that he has, according to Lucy Mack, where he'd come in and just tell stories about how they fought wars and how they used weapons and stuff. He seemed to have one or more spirit guides. And I'm going to totally go off on a tangent here. Off on this tangent that I keep going off on. Because I think this is the key marker that really is going to be the what is it? The stumbling block, according to the words of Nephi. So the institution of the church has really tried to change the narrative. So it would be really interesting to see the original tracts, the original pamphlets published about the visitation of angels when they converted thousands. Wilford Woodruff went to a church, gave a lecture, 4,000 people joined the church. Brigham saw it as an opportunity because you have this debtor prison, you're grinding the face of the poor, so he's like, oh, I can bring all of them to America and grind the face of the poor there. And then, you know, so if you have this sexual innovation, you have to canonize it as plural marriage, something that was intended to be abundant, which is kind of the economy of Nephi, becomes scarce, and so a big goal of a missionary would be to find all the hot chicks, get them lined up to be your second, third, and fourth wife, not necessarily to teach the gospel. And so one of Brigham's cousins or nephew or something was what I would say was the constant spy with Joseph, and that was Willard Richards. He was in Carthage, survived. So there could be a really interesting Carthage story there if there was something conspiratorial, like, why did you put me in there? I could have died. But he mysteriously died a few months later at a very young age. But one of the other Richard, the idiot that did the Martin Hancock Company, because God, you need to have faith, brother. So the one guy's like, one of the captains of 50, I forget his name, is like, we should not be going. This is the dumbest idea ever. And Willard, it's not Willard Richards, it's the other Richards, he's like, no, we should go. We should have faith. Totally sounds like Brigham, but then Brigham's like, you're an idiot. You can't fight the Rocky Mountains. So Brigham might have been kind of that micromanager that he had to make every decision. But anyway, that man, when he went on his mission, he proposed to like 4 different girls in the Missouri area, and went and married them. You know, so they were young. He proposed that in the future this can happen, and they thought about it, prayed about it, and accepted it. And then we want to pass over the Mountain Meadow Massacre and what triggered it. So you got Parley P. Pratt, who's a member of the Council of 50. He's in Tennessee or something, and he might be doing this little gameplay of trying to, you know, line up, you know, his virgin wives on earth, not just in heaven. And he's hung and killed, I believe. I think he was also castrated. So there was something that was very offensive to them, and when you castrate and kill a man, it's tied to sexuality. And the Mormon Church is such an apologetic, self-sustaining, self-interested institution. It tries to PR its way out of all of these stories rather than just embrace them for what they are. So for those of you that want to somehow walk away from this sexual variable, the sexual innovation variable, sorry, it's not going to happen. Joseph Smith saw something, heard something. So you can try to apologize it away. You can try to say, oh, what a pervert that guy was. And then I'm going to just mock you into oblivion based on your hypocrisy. Rosebud. Okay, so anyway, what I wanted to say was Moroni appeared to Joseph Smith in the middle of the night. What was Joseph Smith doing up so late? What did what did his brother Alvin say the next day? Joseph, why were you up late all last night? Again, you're never working. You're just staying up late alone at night as a bar mitzvah child. I wonder what you're doing in bed. Alvin knew what he was doing. He receives a vision and it gets recast, and he uses the word angel Moroni, which most in the Judeo-Christian system would say a resurrected being would be called a saint. So when the third Nephi says the saints appeared to many, and it says it in the New Testament, that means there were people that had died, that were resurrected beings, that were ministry. But third Nephi says it was the ministry of angels, but that's Joseph's jargon. And we're supposed to believe Moroni telling a story 3 or 4 times is 3 witnesses. That's not 3 witnesses. That's 1 witness 3 times. But in the earliest editions of the story, there was conversation of Brother Nephi being one of these witnesses. But for whatever reason, the Mormon Church walked away from that story. So if I were to imagine who the 3 or 4 was, the greatest was Nephi, so he would have been first. The next greatest, like, that's me speaking based on my worldviews. Certainly I'm a Nephi fan. So you've got 3 collections of records from America. So someone has to represent the small plates, which is obviously Nephi. And it's because at some point in the histories it was recorded that Brother Nephi was one of these visitations. And then you've got the brother of Jared and or Esther that has to appear about that record. And then you got the Aaron boy, which is Moroni, the son of Mormon. So he's the one that's going to have to do all the legwork. He's the one that's going to have to make sure. But Joseph Smith probably had visits from Alma. He described Paul as being about 5'6", with a Roman nose and a nasally voice. I couldn't describe Paul that way. That he received Paul makes me go, because Paul was not an apostle. Nephi says there was the sun and 12 stars. He doesn't say, there was 12 stars, but 2 of them fell away and 1 of them became bitter, and later this other one came on the scene after Yeshua died. But I understand, and that's my worldview. I understand that I'm also saying that the ideas of Oliver and Joseph could creep in over time. I'm aware of that possibility of how that's, but it's highly probable to me that that was not a sticking point for them. So right now, as I'm just realizing that, it's like, why would he have a visitation with Paul? Because Paul brought the Roman Greek component to it. Paul was not an apostle. He was not part of the original Messiah death event. He was not sent away by the Messiah. He was a self-proclaimed apostle. He had a spiritual vision. All of that I can buy into 100%. Just like I can buy into the story of anyone's vision about angel. My personal internal weighting mechanism is tied to that. So let's say Nephi would have been the first visitation, and then it seems like Jared or Ether, someone from that would have to represent, and then it could have been Mormon and then Moroni, and that would have been 4 witnesses. And Mormon and Moroni, if they're a father and son, could have looked very similar. But we've got this idea of a pillar of light, and then they've redacted the important bosom description. So is Joseph fixated on the chest hairs of a man? Because his robe was open, I could see into his bosom. That was possibly referring to his genitalia. And then we have the flesh and bone thing. Was this bone in? So in the Egyptian statues, most of the Egyptian hieroglyphs, they'll show a lot of gods that have a standing erection. And whether it was the French or it was likely the English, they were so offended by these that they would just break them off. The facsimile that we have at the altar and all of that, that wasn't a knife on the person laying on the table. That was his phallus. And so most mammals have a bone in. But I caused a deep sleep to fall upon them, and I took out the bone, the rib, and then she became flesh of my flesh and bone of my bone. And I would cleave unto her because I loved her. Oh, snap. You can't keep saying those things. All it is to you is sex, sex, sex. What do you think a garden party is with 10 different trees invited to the party? Okay, let's leave it there. And so anyway, he has his visions in the night. They're going to try to work. He falls down because he's faint, and Alvin's like, oh no, not again. Joseph was up all night again last night. Number 3, Egypt repeated a word to demonstrate a compound interest. Ramiumptum, or Uhim-Ra, which you can find in the Egyptian Budge Dictionary, would mean a place of all places, the ton part, places, where speech of all speeches, which is the Ra part, come out of your mouth, your head, is repeated over and over and over again, which is the Uhim. And so this is one I found earliest, but I can see it, and I don't have ton in the dictionary. It's Uhim-Ra. We know that there's some debate about reading hieroglyphs left to right, right to left. It seems like these two hieroglyphs are being read backwards. That could throw off a huge, Joseph Smith wouldn't know that, so why would he say Ramiumptum? And it would have been Ra-U-Him, and there could have been another syllable there. I'm just going with what I currently have. And then Gordon is the beautiful cosmic volley. Let me tell you a story of a walnut tree, and it is the ramiumptum that I've put inside this beautiful ramiumptum. So we can repeat ourselves every 6 months over and over again to demonstrate that we are righteous. Oh my goodness. And now we have a prophet that's got this hold of the line motif. And so everyone's just repeating what the 100-year-old is saying. So if you were to do a textual analysis of the current talks, everyone's just saying, well, last week Russell said, or they cite each other. And it's funny. So I could be bitter and I could go off on some tangent, or I could be crying. No, it's just hilarious. You cannot see the hilarity in that. The children in heaven are like, oh, this is good. Like, you thought soap operas were your thing. This is entertainment at its best. Gordon, so you need to understand what's going on. You got all these faithful members standing in a prayer circle, unlocking the powers of heaven. They're asking for something generic like, please bless the prophet with guidance that they will lead and guide the church. You've got a voice, you've got a repetition, all of the correct elements of a strong prayer circle. You're not circumambulating. We found that scripture the other day. And the apron for Adam needs to be on his backside, not his front. He's not bleeding from the front from some sexual event. But besides that, you have power. And so the heavens are giving you what you asked for. So the evangelicals are way better at praying than we are because they're very specific, they're very exact. And if you want to read a story on that, read Benson's The Healing Power of Belief, where he had a bunch of evangelicals specifically pray for pregnant women that were having difficulty with their pregnancies all the way around the world, but by name, etc., and they would get healed. So imagine in these prayer circles if we were actually voicing something useful and specific and concrete, like the Egyptian languages, such as, will the three Nephites please come forth and share additional knowledge? Will John the Revelator please come forth and share with us the unedited copy of his book, the Apocalypse? Will Enoch please come forward and help us to rebuild Zion in preparation for the great bridegroom party? Very specific. No, but what is voiced in those prayers? Oh, please bless the prophet that he will be inspired to see and lead and guide and direct this church. But Gordon has his 80 years of life, or however long, at whatever moment in time. He gets what you asked for, but in a frame that he can't accept. He is Helaman, the son of Nephi, that's getting all this information from Samuel the Lamanite, but he doesn't know what to do with it. So he just, what does that guy do? He just fades to black. Heard of no more, but he had the sealing power. So Gordon will give this talk about the widow's mite, how he has it on his desk, and every time he spends a dime, he thinks of the widow's mite. And then he says, oh, I'm building this conference center, this big ramyumptum, but I didn't spend any of the widow's mites. I just took the interest off the tithing and created this investment firm that now is worth $100 billion, but but it's not your tithing. So what's going on is he's under, the universe is sending this strong signal about pure religion undefiled before God to take care of the fatherless and the widows. And he go, take the money, build free housing, offer free food for all the fatherless and widows. This isn't hard. But he's spinning into these philosophies of men's circles because why? I don't know. And then my least favorite of the, I used to say this to my friends 20 years ago. And one of my friends is like, you cannot say that. That's not allowed. Well, if you have a most favorite elder, which for me is, Uchtdorf is second, but Bednar is number one. By definition, there's a rank order, and you need to have a least. But in Mormon polite society, we don't do that. So my buddy that I shared this, one Christmas he buys me A Disciple's Life, which is the biography of, or autobiography, I don't know, of Dallin. Like somehow, if I'm supposed to read that he grew up in the house, and my buddy that shared this, his father died, so he lived this life as being fatherless. And I would still talk to my buddy, and it's like, it doesn't matter. And today, if you do the math, it doesn't matter. Like, of all people on earth, the heavens are laughing. It's like, dude, you were fatherless. But you decided that instead of taking care of the widows, you're going to tell them that they need to take their pharma medications, they suffer from mental health, when all you needed to do is say, oh, what did I experience in life? And how could I temporarily take care of the widows? So who was the great minister that did that? It was the janitor. It was the outsider. He wasn't. He was a surprise. It was Monson. His entire life was ministering, taking care of widows. But he was a janitor. There was a big uproar when he was called as a member of the quorum. How can we have a janitor here? My dad recently shared that with me, and my dad doesn't share these worldviews. He's just older, and it's fun to kind of rehash and learn things that are beyond my time frame. So what did Nephi do? He took care of the temporal needs of the people. He fed, protected, and housed them. And then he's like, oh, by the way, and here's why I'm doing this. God sent me as your servant. And I think I recently pieced together, so if we have the movie up, we have these flat plateaus that are called EP2E, I don't care what it is, that the locals seem to have some amount of a common language. And then how did 2P, so that 2P became the name of Nephi, and 2P Yah, which likely became Tupah, was literally Nephi's god. And how they associated that with thunder and lightning may have been just Nephi teaching them. So that's starting to piece together nicely. The Tupi Guarani. Tupi, Nephi is what he called himself, Nafi. They started to call him Tupi because he was the guy that built that big white building on top of that Etupia. So Etupia might have been a shared language all the way up to Colombia. It just means this flat mountaintop, similar to a threshing floor. Interesting. And then Yah would obviously be Jehovah. So Tupi Yah would become Tupah. So Nephi's God is the god of thunder and lightning, and its name is Tupah. And again, it would be interesting if we could do a change point analysis. We just don't have the data of, was there a god named Tupah before 600 BC in South America? And I would think the answer would be no. Interesting. So that was a unique finding. Iriantum, as I thought about this overnight, I was saying the words, but I wasn't synthesizing what I was saying. Iriantum was probably the first code word Nephi learned, and it wasn't how to arrive to bountiful America. It was probably how to get past that, what I would call the Somali Aden trap. So if you're at this place that we're calling bountiful, but was called America, and you have to get past the trap, there's probably a safe port right after the trap, because it's probably a 3-leg journey. It's probably India to bountiful America, past the Aden trap, and then from the Aden trap up to Egypt. And I'm talking about a 3-leg journey, meaning you have to probably get some water. And so, this is coming together nicely as I've had to talk through this, that Iriantum was some sort of label of maritime. And why would Nephi put that in his small plates? He's putting one word that means all of this stuff about Moroni, the overlord and captain of the navy, the importance of boats in the development of their culture. So this is tied to that. If you look at the video, there was a name of a mountain range on one of the maps that may tie. So if I took that mountain range, Amana, whatever it was, and Keriheri, I think that would be one way to arrive at America. So the problem with bountiful is it's not bounteous, which is what I've kind of always agreed upon, but it's not one of these Shazer words. It's not Egyptian. So it's America. So what that means is it would be nonsensical. And there was great destruction in the land, and the people met at the temple in Bountiful. Okay? Someone in 1830s can wrap their mind around that. great destruction of the land, and the people met in the temple of America. You understand how out of context that would be? Because the name of the country is America. So that could, in that case, justify the scribal influence, because it's kind of nonsensical. So the Columbia one, I'm still, so was that similar to this bountiful replacement? Or was that a fill-in-the-blank intentionally left by Nephi? Because, hey children, you tell the same story over and over again. And again, what was that word? Like, you intentionally leave out the word. You're going to remember the word. All the children are going to yell, Columbia! So the 2100-year prophecy of Columbia, and then all of my dates line up nicely. It's exactly 2100 years, exactly 600 years. It's amazing. Like, I didn't know that when I started this little video series. So this video series might be for me, because I think I'm arriving at a point where, things are solidifying up. Maybe if I continue to noodle on it, things will change. But I think I'm kind of coming to a pretty good understanding of what I need to know about the legend of Nephi to move forward with. So what? Are we not supposed to rebuild Zion? Shouldn't Nephi be the example? Are we not supposed to somehow have Levites offer a sacrifice in righteousness again? Shouldn't we know where the Ark of the Covenant in Nephi's temple was, or is? Right, so it's very pragmatic into a concrete understanding of what Mormons believe about the apocalyptic times. And so, my research is on innovation and its diffusion. Nephi explains this so simply with a very concrete example, line upon line. And I think line upon line would have been even more concrete, because line upon line is an abstract math idea, but it would have been literally something like, we got to cut this plank out of this tree, line upon line. You can't cut the second plank until you've cut the first plank. Something very concrete, tactile. So they had to learn about boats. They clearly talk about seeds, but it's seeds on steroids. They possibly could have spent all of their gold on seeds. Maybe the rubber tree came from there. So, this is somewhere further down. Extend forth your hand and shock your brothers. So if he has rubber, metal, and some other things, he can just rub it together and generate static electricity, which is a little trick that everyone learns in physical science class in junior high. But his Indian brothers that were sitting on that the Gangan subcontinent Indian brothers sitting on that beach probably would have taught him that little trick. And he's like, oh, can I get that tree? And did he take the rubber tree to America? 5 or more years to travel in Arabia is too long. Proselyting and interaction with the blacks of Kedar was informative to a nomadic lifestyle and family-centered structure. Ishmael was likely 18 years old or so when sent away by his father Abraham. This means he received some mansplaining on the nature of man, woman in the family architecture directly from Abraham. 1,000 years later, Nephi is receiving that information that he will be able to use later. So there was a separation of tents. Rachel and Leah were not in the same tent. They were in their own tent. Their handmaids were possibly in their tent. So Naphtali was in the same tent as Joseph, because Naphtali was the son of the handmaid who was Rachel's handmaid, and Rachel also had a son, Joseph. And so you got a tent for the husband, a tent for each of the wives with their handmaids, and then some sort of larger tent for all the virgin unmarried girls. You want this education to be outside of the dynamics of it being your mother. So was this the true harem, or was there actual harems of concubines? Because there's a sex education component built into this society. The bleeding and the stained sheet could possibly be a celebration marker, and it certainly was tied to Jewish traditions with the consummation of the marriage, of the espoused relationship. And so let's say a girl bleeds. Does she hold it up into the village and everyone claps and says, "Congratulations, you get to leave your mother's house and go to this little dormitory"? And then what would be the masculine equivalent? Oh, we can't talk about that again. It's about sex, damn it. So I already said that. So this is truly one of the great works of Nephi. He was Johnny, apple, seed. He brought so many seeds to America. He was a great horticulturalist. So Tor was the biggest of all the papyri, the bulrush. I already kind of said this. He was likely a stripling. He had his bar mitzvah. That means his oldest brother was probably only 18. They're all getting married. So I wonder if this marriage to Sam's daughter happened in Arabia. I don't think so. I think Nephi would have spent a lot of time with Lehi talking about this, obviously talking to his first love about this. And it would have been a function of, well, Dad, this is what I saw in the vision. Well, son, are those your, spiritual children, your actual children? No, I saw the women. I saw the brown babies that came out. And again, I'm extrapolating, but it seems to align with this concept of cunyadismo. So the spiritual exchange of fluids between genders can be as simple as yerba mate. So in South America, there are these wood carvings that these women would gather around an iron pot. They would chew on a tea leaf, and they would spit in the pot. And then the pot would be made into a tea, and everyone in the village could freely drink from that tea. So they were exchanging spit without intimacy. There was no kissing. So what do we do when we want a DNA swab? They send you a little Q-tip in the mail. You swab your spit, and you have your DNA. So this is a way for all of the women to give all of their DNA to all of the men in the village without ever engaging in any sexual activity. So now can you say, oh, that's the telestial form of sharing spiritual fluids, sharing DNA. Well, what would the terrestrial form be? Probably monogamy. Well, what would the celestial form be? There's the rub. Joseph saw something. I'm not gonna leave it. He saw it. And if you triangulate, you're gonna get somewhere. And so this has been very common over the ages, that the consistency, like if I looked at spit on a Vitri dish or whatever, or I looked at male or female fluids, specifically the male, whatever they call that, semen, and then the female, when she's ovulating, there's this white liquid. If I were to put that on a Petri dish or whatever and look at it, then if I were to take marrow in the bones, it kind of all looks the same. Health in the navel, homage to the female. Marrow in the bone, homage to the male. And that's, for those of you that are so caught up in your worldviews, let's make sure you understand that source. Wrong one. And this might be one of where navel might be the shazah umbilical cord. I don't know that it is. Proverbs 3:8. So normally, I don't think there's a lot of connection to Proverbs. Because I think Proverbs was probably written much later. So I always gravitate towards, if it's near Isaiah, it's probably truer. Health in the navel, sure. To go through the wall, sure. The twisting, sure. I'm hoping that's sure. I hope it's not sore.
Strong's H 8270. Sure.
Yes.
Strong's H 8250. Shikui.
And I'm going to bet it says twisting here. Umbilical cord, navel string. It's the seat of your strength. If you follow through what we have in Mormonism, the seat of your strength is the first chakra in most traditions. So Asem. So now think about that. Flesh of my flesh, flesh of my bone. Out of my side was taken my rib. Rib means side. Now think three-dimensionally. You have a phallus, which is external, and you have a well, which is internal. They become one. They fill each other. Don't tell Dallin, it's not about sex. The seal of Solomon. The phallic is a triangle pointing up. The son would be at the top. The father at the right. The grandfather or all father, which means all grandfathers. So that's a ... would be to the left. Left side is the spiritual side. The pudenda is commonly shaped as the downward triangle. Pudenda means shame. The hidden part normally only applies to the female genitalia because the man didn't get, he has to put his apron on the backside. So this would be the daughter, this would be the mother, and this would be the all-mother or grandmother asterisk. Okay, so then we know this happened in North and South America. It could have been the Cabo Cava of Tonga. In modern day in Argentina, it's a bomba with a bombilla. That's this metal straw. You put the yerba mate in the container. You put a little bit of sugar in. You pour a nice piece of boiling water. You do your slurp. Then you pass it around the circle. So everyone's putting their mouth on this metal straw and exchanging DNA through saliva. The easiest way to exchange it. No, that can't. No, yes, within a generation you can alter someone's body by ingesting DNA. Wouldn't you want to then ingest the DNA of the smartest people in your village? Or the ones that have gifts that you don't have? No, that's not how that works. You remember those triplets on Dr. Oz? So they were, in the biology of our biological understanding, they were identical twins. What identical twins means is one spermatozoan merged with one egg. There was one child, but that child immediately split into 3 children in the womb. So they have the same genetic material according to the scientists. And then they did one of these 23andMe or whatever tests, and their DNA was different. Well, the answer why it would be different is obvious if you follow this logic. They've had different sexual partners. They've shared spit with different people. Their DNA is different. Oh no, that can't happen. Okay. So that was a very public event, women spitting into a pot. There's some serious upside health benefits because if there's any contagion, everyone in the village is getting it and you're becoming immune to it as fast as possible. And then obviously we don't want to talk about what that reciprocal would be for men, how they would spit, what their spittle would be, and how that would be shared in a village. We don't want to talk about master body. So if you did your homework, master means secret, body means fattened flesh. So I understand that it seems to be always coming back to this. But I think that's the missing variable, is in ancient America, it seems like they didn't have their phobias or hang-ups with sexuality. They had a way to teach their children healthy sexual programs. But then that leads to some things that are just so far removed from our Victorian society and the societal mores that were implanted there, that everything I'm talking about seems perverse, and somehow grooming would be, where you would go with that. So that's going to be hard for you. Council of 50 was doing something. And the PR department of the Mormon Church doesn't want you to know what they were doing. And based on your construct as a man or woman, I can tell you it's going to be very challenging for you to walk into that light. So where I'm arriving is trees of life are women. So men plant seeds, Alma 32. Don't tell Dallin. So now, there's two talks that Dallin gives in conference. One is we did our market research. This is the talk I'll do, and I'll solve all problems by doing this talk. So this is the talk about how we do spend money to help the widows and the poor. So now go back to the prayer circle. Please bless our leaders that they may see. So he's getting on the craw, and they're doing their market research. It's like, oh, we have all this money. We are helping the widows and the poor. We are doing true religion. If you were to, say our volunteers are making $50 an hour, we spent $1 billion last year helping people. Well, you have $100 billion, and you could use that $100 billion to actually build a system that's self-sustaining to feed and house every person on this planet. So the prayer circle is working. But it's also working on him, because then he'll give these strange talks where he's basically saying, I am saying it is doctrine that the Garden of Eden had nothing to do with sex. So do you see the cosmic humor? Is the power of the people is sending a message to the leadership, but he just cannot accept that answer because it's so removed from his worldview. And it could be a function of him not having a father in his life, him not getting a good sex education. Look around, every Mormon didn't get a good sex education. There's a reason I was almost a 40-year-old virgin. I don't want to, what was the Joseph Smith statement of here? A man cannot be saved in ignorance. When I finally decided to be sexually active, the woman was ready to go. And I said, hey, let's play around for some time. She was a widow, so she had her libido and all that going on. I said, I want to figure out what it's like to, run around naked in the Garden of Eden and not feel ashamed. I want to kind of go line upon line. I don't want to just jump to the end of the trail. And I did not want to be saved in ignorance. So what does that mean? I'm nearly a 40-year-old virgin because I listened to all the stuff I was being taught by the Mormon Church, and it didn't resonate with my spirit. It's like, but okay, so what do I do? Okay, so if there are intimacy engagements, there needs to be rules associated with those. First rule is you respect the tree of life. So Genesis 49:22 says, if you don't engage sexually with your woman's mother. How can I do this great wickedness and sin against God? He's married to her daughter. Potiphar becomes Potipharah because he accepts Yahweh into his life through the missionary efforts of Joseph. So if you're having sexual intimate relationships with a daughter, you do not have sexual intimate relationships with the mother. Genesis 49:22. It seems to be two sisters from the same mother is fine. That's pretty obvious there. A niece cousin from a different tree is fine. A man leaves his mother's tree and clings to the new tree of his new tree, or trees plural, if he's engaging in that poly event. But what I'm offering is there's ways to exchange this spirit, the DNA, in an open, celebratory, benign way. And then line upon line, there could be some gradient from benign to intimate. And so the most benign, we could say, is celestial. And then we talk about the bases in sexuality: first base, second base, third base, fourth base. You know, I'm thinking there's only 3 bases because of the concept of this. Please bless our prophet that will gain insight. So the prophet's coming out with, we have female witnesses. We need to restore the Relief Society. We need to think celestial. Absolutely. But he can't go there in this domain. His world construct will not allow that. So could men privately go somewhere and spit into a cup and mix it all together in some wine and have a community wine? Easy breezy lemon easy. Makes you rethink how water was turned into wine in the story of Yeshua. You can't try on that hat. I have this belief that Yeshua was this monastic person, but we think he probably had a wife, but probably not multiple wives, because in their time they didn't have it. Lazarus dies. Yeshua waits at least 3 days to demonstrate something. Martha runs out, the sister wife. Oh, Jesus, if you would have been here, my brother would have lived. He'll live, it's okay. Oh yeah, I believe in the resurrection. No, he's going to live right now. Just give me a second, okay? Mary, where are you? Why aren't you coming out? Well, under Jewish tradition, if the master's calling me out and I'm mourning the death of a family member, I don't have to come out. She finally comes out. They don't say much. I think she bears testimony. If you were here, he would have lived. And Jesus looked upon his love. It doesn't say that in the New Testament. And Jesus wept. The only time in the New Testament he weeps. There's no intimacy there. It's intimacy, but it's this agape. I can't say agape because that ties into what they were practicing in the New Testament. Agape. And so certainly there's some historical records that they go too far. And they say somehow that the menstruating woman menstruates in a dish and everyone eats the blood. And you could actually boil berries, put it on a cake for the Queen Mother of Heaven, and it would look like that stuff. So you would eat it symbolically, but you're not actually eating it. And berries representing fruit, like fruit of the womb. Okay, so every act of intimacy between the sexes requires a giver and a receiver. I use the terminology of the well of the woman receiving the phallus of a man. That's the general form. But again, I am not the one to suggest that other forms may interest other people. This is the form I enjoy. The woman is the tree of life. The fall seems to have something to do with domination, control, asphyxiation, where there's pleasure and pain at the same time. And, some people like the chokehold, and some women, asks their men to do this. They like this feeling, maybe, it's not in my sexual repertoire, but I also have, being a 40-year-old virgin, and I'm now 50, I don't nearly have the experience that others may have. But the idea of the fall may be tied to a woman feeling all these beautiful feelings while simultaneously feeling compelled. And this is where we, we have these phobias of rape and control and grooming. They're natural, and I think that's somehow tied to the fall. How exactly, I don't know. But what I do know is if there's a giver and a receiver, whoever's allowing the reception, so the well saying, you can stick your phallus in, she should initiate that action. It should never be a domination from the other party. So Nephi is going through Arabia. He interacts with Ishmael. Ishmael has some sort of nomadic tradition of family living, of teaching the laws of men and women. The Muhammadic versions of those laws are quite a bit different, very patriarchal. But if you could demonstrate that these were what Abraham directly taught his son Ishmael as the laws of sexuality, all of the followers of Muslim, they would, I think, accept and adopt it. If the spirit of, so this kind of goes back to Lazarus' story. So supposedly after a few days, the spirit leaves the mortal clay and there's just something left. Apply that to the eating of animals. This applies to the fundamental concept of America, of La Tierra Sin Mal, is you walk in harmony with Mother Earth, with the jungle. Watch, Jake Sully in the original Avatar to understand some of the essence there. So I remember on my mission, we'd always kind of linger longer to try to see if they'd feed us lunch. And I remember one Guarani woman, her direct grandmother was probably Imbia Guarani, and she had kind of married into the normal society, so she wasn't in the, she was living a normal life. Elders, do you want lunch? Do you want a guiso for lunch? She goes in the back and grabs the chicken. We don't see the rest. We're eating the chicken an hour later. We're eating the essence, spirit, chi. So chi, if you want to use this Chinese, we're eating the spirit of the chicken. Read Genesis 1. We're supposed to eat the meat of the herbs and the animals, and if the spirit leaves the body after 3 to 5 days, we shouldn't be eating frozen meat. Tyson kills a chicken in Alabama, throws some preservatives on it, puts some breading on it, puts it in a freezer, and you buy it 100 days later. The law of ingestion, the word of wisdom. So Joseph gave us a marker, but he was an unlearned man, so he gave us the best he could. The spirit of sexual interchange is related to the spirit of eating the meat of the herbs and of the animals. Spirit is tied to procreation. So if I want to walk with Mother Earth, I shouldn't have Monsanto manipulate the herbs she gives me. I shouldn't buy strawberries that were harvested well before they were ripe, but they got ripened in transit based on some sophisticated operations management innovations of the peoples. You can use sophisticated operations management of the peoples. Nephi did. You respect Mother Earth for what she provides. You don't play God, the great sin. So there's only one country on earth that's still using wheat that's non-Monsanto. But they're definitely the bad guys because stuff. So think about ayahuasca. You take something from the bark of a tree and something from here, you heat and cool it, and all of a sudden you can go into La La Land. So you're heating and cooling the herbs of the earth. A woman in 2012 or so, she studied the ancient Chinese scrolls. She modernized how to deliver it, but she took the herbs of the earth and the recipe, and she came up with a treatment for malaria. She won the Nobel Prize for that. So the two great commandments, love God, love your neighbor, necessitates two great sins. I'm playing God, so I'm manipulating the timeline, determining who lives or dies, manipulating the food we eat, creating molecules. Oh, so so in ancient Egypt, it seems like the dung of a crocodile could be a spermicide. So right after you had sex, if you put that into the well of a woman, it would abort the possibility of having a child. And I think very recently they found an herb that was like Viagra, which is pretty interesting. And so if there's an herb like Viagra, then all of these paintings of these bone-in phalluses of Egypt could be explained. Or there could have been a bone-in phallus. Who knows? I don't know if it's a metaphor or concrete, but the things of Egypt and the things of the initial language seem to be very concrete. So then there's a conundrum, or whatever errancy or whatever words you want to put up for those. Anachronisms. Everyone just makes up words. So Mormon says all of our people have died, and then Columbia happens, and there's all these stories of these tall, naked white ladies running around with not a hair on their body except on their head. They have this little jewelry around their waist, so they tinkle as they go. It's like they probably did these dances and actually played out Isaiah chapter 4. 7 women clinging unto one man. It's like they made all of the stories of Isaiah concrete in their dance practices. So what seems to be missing from the legend of Nephi in the Book of Mormon is where we have this great battle in Menorah, all of our peoples are dying, the last of the Mohicans, Moroni, is a virgin, he's the last of my peoples. Was Mormon so disconnected from Guyana, the Guyana shield in the northern part of South America at this point, that he didn't know there was a bunch of white ladies? Or were these white ladies a little bit mestizo so they didn't count? So the mystery to me is, where does this need for a perfect bloodline come from? So that's like a question I currently don't understand. The Society of Nephi, even though they may have walked away from Tupa, the god of Nephi, the social institutions survived later. Easily 2,000 years, maybe 2,500 years. Some of the nations of ancient America that live today still have practices embedded into the Society of Nephi. Okay, so you might be a nation tribe influenced by Nephi if you call yourself people, neighbors call you foreigners, you built longhouses, so I just showed an example. You did not try and steal your neighbor's daughters. That is, you do not try to commit the two great sins. You had a diminutive name for your cousins, like the Haggah Lakota story I shared yesterday. The Sapatin is what the foreigners called them. They call themselves the Nimapu, and Haggah's Lakota Dakota people call them, oh, you are the guys with the little boats. And the Sapatin's like, yeah, but we know how to ride horses. So C.M. Russell did all this artwork, and supposedly the Sahapatin, the Nez Perce, were amazing on horses, like a level 10. So now the serpent mound is a serpent and an egg. Is that a semen and an egg? Are those universal symbols of gender? So then if we have this concept of a trinity being a father, a son, a father, and the all-father, and then the other half of that trinity would be the feminine half. So there's 3 complete units joined together. Human in Chinese is the joining of 2 together. So how am I going to arrive at human? How do I arrive at the symbol of human? So simplified Chinese is like, oh no, they're trying to lose the language. So that's the first symbol, is the one I care about. The second one just is a curiosity. Human. A left side and a right side. Left side would be feminine, I would guess. I don't know how that ties into the... Could I rotate the Seal of Solomon, and the right side would be masculine? But it seems like human would be the joining or completion of a human would be the two together. So now I got a rice dog leaf. It's a classification system. In the rice dog leaf, you're going to notice that human seems to be these two symbols, but they're joined together. So somehow we have a flood. The Jaredites have 8 boats. Noah supposedly says the number 8 were saved. 8 represents the God oath. Bosom is 8 in Russian. Ba. Very close to bosom. And this symbol is interesting because I would have... So let's put them side by side by putting them side by side. So it depends on the script you're using. You see how human and human, but it's separated? This might be the fall, the separation of the genders. And to restore the separation of the genders, you need the number 8. You need the God oath to restore the fall. So we understood that was human. 8 also means to divide. We confused the language and we divided. Maybe the division was the division between man and woman. So if you want to get back to a place where there's harmony between the genders, you have to first build a society that respects the current division. The purpose of the river islands was it was a safe haven for the women to have their society and the men to have on the exterior their society. Interesting. 38. International Women's Day, 38. So I saw the 3, I saw the 8, March 8. The T is the 7. Okay, back to the form. So if human by definition is the connection of male and female, the connection of the twin flame, and then you have a trinity, the trinity of the Gangans, of 3 men and 3 women, 6 people in a trinity, would seem to align with this. So if Yeshua is the Son of God and comes to earth, and he's the Son of the Father, and then there's also an All-Father, where's the narrative of the female equivalent? So that makes me wonder if the Baptist was Juanita, not Juan, or Jean, or Joan, or Joel. Was it a kissing cousin? Probably not. Probably not because of some of the earlier stuff I mentioned. If they're from the same tree, they wouldn't engage in a sexual, intimate relationship. Now, the ladies first, the egg comes before the serpent, the seraph. There are all these creation stories about how an egg is broken open, and this is how Mother Gaia is created. It's the slicing open of an egg. So I have all these stories. Well, John the Baptist was, some woman danced and his head was cut off. And so it's so hard to walk away from that. But do you understand? I'm looking at a bigger picture. I'm looking at the unified field theory for religion. Is there a unified fall that all people belong to? Like, isn't this what we're supposed to believe in? So we got the black peoples of Africa, we got the browns people of India, we got the yellows peoples of China. They all have their creation stories, their stories, and it seems like these are universal symbols for the male and female. And in the Bible, we do not have a Trinity outlined anywhere. Evangelicals try to go to the Old Testament and say it's Jehovah, the spirit of Jehovah, and somehow Asherah. It's taboo to talk about the Queen Mother of Herod. And so today you're going to notice that I've kind of articulated some things before I gave this. I woke up about an hour earlier. It's still really, really early. We're talking 3:30 in the morning right now. Or I started about 3:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So now I'm going to throw out some other ideas that I'm willing to try on. The Arcturians, the Bears of the North, the 8 Bears versus the Palladians, the 7 Sisters, the Andromedans that don't like to talk because they like to telepath and they think verbal communication's too slow. Well, I would fit into that category for certain. No, none of that's... Okay, have you ever seen Orion in the Bible? How about the Palladians? How about the Anunnaki? 10 friends were invited to the party. It was a garden party. So I kind of walked through the seal of the solemn. So the idea of the All-Father is, if this tessellates through eternity, there might be an iteration where the Son then becomes the Father, which we have kind of language in our scriptures about that. And then that Father would become the grandfather, but what would that grandfather, would he like go out to pasture and be retirement? So the grandfather would be kind of the all-encompassing All-Father. Where do we get that from? I am Thor, the son of Odin. Thor, Odin's son. And then they talk about the All-Father, but then separately they talk about the grandfather. You can't use movies to come up with ideas. Okay. Who do you think creates the movies? Like, I can put on my conspiratorial hat and say, Hollywood is manipulating us with movies. Sure they are. But I still think God is on the throne. So it seems like both groups, the true blue Mormons and the disenfranchised Mormons, do not want to address the elephant in the room. And, you know, what can we do? Oh, I haven't done this yet. How do I get 3rd Nephi in a readable form? That's the worst website on earth. What was that one place? It's called Mormon Central or something? Some guy built a nice little website. Let's search for Ramium. Yeah, let's just search for radium. So this is a reasonable one, but this guy built this nice little interface somewhere. Yeah, Ramiumtum's a bad one to search for. Let's search for Book of Mormon Manti. Monty. There's so many words for the rising light. This is the one. Okay, I thought you were good. Where's my ability to close this this thing? I guess my screen is too big for his. So this guy is trying to create some sort of dynamic interaction thing. I could feed him a lot of data. It would be nice if we could kind of create an e-sword, Blue Letter Bible, but allow the interlization of other things. So Blue Letter Bible is a evangelical group, so they're not going to give you the apocryphas, and clearly they're not going to let you do interlinear on other elements. So he's kind of making study a game. So I don't know if this is... This is my doctrine. 3rd Nephi 17, 11. How many times did I read 3rd Nephi 11 in Spanish? 1,000? I'm failing. I may have to go to that other website. You're taking too long. So the doctrine is fourfold. But if you think about it concretely, the first element of the doctrine is faith. And faith in the most common, the most basic construct is a belief that God is on the throne. That He is the potter, you are the clay. So anytime that you try to play God, to try to take Him off the throne, try to do it yourself, that is not exercising faith. So, the Joel God box is very useful if you can't comprehend that God is on the throne. So this is the potter clay component. The second one we call repentance. There's really not a good word for it in Hebrew. It kind of means to turn back, maybe to turn back and embrace. In Greek, it means to change your mind. So when Yeshua supposedly said in Greek, repent, the kingdom of heaven is near, that could be interpreted for him to say, change your way of thinking, this is the kingdom of heaven. Which would mean in his mortal ministry, he was probably doing things like Nephi was doing. He was probably building a society where you take care of the widows, you temporarily take care of people, and then, as a side note, you teach them about God. The action of taking care of people speaks louder than any philosophizing. So certainly, Henry B. Eyring, who had a great father, is onto that thread. So again, the temple circle works. Please bless our leaders, they may be inspired. So he gets this talk about change your mind, but he can't jump into it. So I believe they believe that God is on the throne, but they're administrators. For some reason, they think that somehow they're in charge. Okay, baptism, fresh, moving water should be the priority there. And by fresh, I mean not salt. You should be baptizing in the ocean. And then the baptism of fire. You shouldn't be selling indulgences. If you pay your tithe, then you have fire. We're all going to have to walk through fire because the throne of God is surrounded by fire. Is there the metaphor of fire in the Book of Mormon? People being thrown into furnaces and burning alive or being saved? Fire is a real thing. Okay, so let me include the Costco card. I'm pretty sure that's in 3rd Nephi 11. You have to comply with the norms of this culture and community in order to participate in the true order of prayer and the and we've added some commandments, like when Brigham was around, he wanted to codify the word of wisdom as a requirement for temple participation. And then there was the discussion of all the old English widows and women that came over from England as part of his handcart initiative to populate Mormonism. And he basically said, oh, we'll let them drink black tea and we'll just let them die out. But the next generation can't drink black tea. And what's funny about mate, and people talked about mateina, and it's not caffeine. And then it's a hot drink. It has caffeine. But they can't undo it for several reasons. One, because it's tied to their ancient traditions of exchanging spirit. And two, they would just lose 1 million people in the church rolls. So anyway, this Costco card is clearly important. You got to pay your indulgences. Yeshua said that. He said it right there. Just read a little bit further. That's the whole Malachi thing. That's what he said. Well, look at your hands. The most tax on your left hand, the spiritual hand, should be 10%. I have no problem with that. The most societal tax should be 10%. So in total, you should have a 20% tax, non-compounded. Non-compounded means if I owe you $100 and 10 years later I pay you back with 20%, it wasn't an APR. It wasn't a compounding of the money. That's what greedy people do. So if you give me a society where I'm only paying 10% tax at most to the government, then yes, you can ask for a 10% tax for religion. The government tax may be a little bit compulsory. The religious tax should be voluntary. If I want to pay it to an atheist organization, I want to pay it to the Gongan organ, it's me paying some sort of monetary good or service to my understanding of God. It shouldn't be obligatory. The Incans seem to have had that requirement of a government tax, and they applied it to every man shall farm his own fields. He has to devote a specific amount of time to the community fields to take care of the widows and those that cannot provide for themselves, the veterans of war. If he fails to do so, he will be taken into his own field, hung from a tree until dead in front of his children. Right, so this is the Incan implementation. So we got this hanging from a tree thing, interesting, because the Gadianton robbers, what happened to that bad guy? Got hung from a tree. But then let's think about if you walk away from money altogether. Certainly there's ways to volunteer your time. But the celestial order of this is there's no compulsion. So Nephi probably created some diffusion and some momentum. All of a sudden people are being more productive, and he finishes at one village. He's like, hey, let's go tell my cousin at this other village what we learned. So now when he gets to that other village, he doesn't have to deal with the initial barrier of all the language gap, because cousins can talk to each other. And so he can accelerate the adoption rate of his methodologies. Hi, we're here to see how you live. We have a gift for you. Maybe we can help you with these things. Do you want our help? We'll come and show up, and for 30 days I'll have 100 men here, and we'll just do a bunch of stuff, and then we'll leave you on your way. Oh, and sure, that guy will marry your daughter if you want. I've got enough. I'm sorry. I've got my cunyadismo filled up. And so if that guy marries into the tribe, he's got to come back and check in on him, and that's a useful way of keeping tabs on things. And if anyone adds or subtracts from my doctrine, they are not of me. Oh, we're fine. He said Costco card and indulgences. I heard him. Oh, did you? So this is part of the cosmic humor, is if you take the lack of internal consistency, the Mormon church universe can become the Mormon culture unintelligible. It's unintelligible. We go and teach people 3 Nephi 11. I probably read this at least 1,000 times. Y esto es mi doctrina. la fe, el arrepentimiento, el bautismo y el bautismo de fuego. Y quien enseña más que esto no es de mí. And I haven't read that in forever. So, this gospel could be simplified into one super word: the love of God. So this Mormon is not the person. This is a universal religion. It doesn't interfere with my beliefs if I'm Hindi or if I'm Buddhist. None of this does. So, do the Buddhists believe in a higher spirit and an enlightenment? Do they believe you need to constantly change your perspective of things? Do they bathe themselves frequently in the Ganga River, one of the most holy rivers that they have? And then I wouldn't know the fire element. But 3 out of 4 certainly align with that religion. God invited 10 friends to his party. There is a universal religion, a universal language, a universal guide of morality and government that once it gets kick-started, everyone's going to gravitate towards it because it's in their best self-interest, but it's also resonates with their spirits. The same sociality that exists here will exist in heaven. Possible inverse, the same society of heaven is the definition of Zion on earth. Behold your little ones. So with everything but the sexuality, we have no problem embracing the concept of Zion. But if the entire foundation of this world and its creation was for trees to intermingle, and trees are women that get planted with seed from men, how do you overcome the Dallin H. Oaks problem? People are praying at the temple, please bless this man that he may be guided, and all he can do is give a talk. It's not about sex. So he's introducing a doctrine that's not a doctrine because it's like he's being worked by the heavens. But he just can't accept it. It's just too far of a stretch. Okay, so I think the master class is coming to an end. The knowledge of Yeshua, the knowledge of his death event, the knowledge of sexuality in his teachings, and the knowledge of his actual life events are a mystery to us. And it's because of the death event. Our anchor of faith that God is on the throne is 3rd Nephi. There were 3 days of darkness. That's the anchor of where that logic and that thread leads. So if the death event wasn't what it was, how would the scribes interject Masoretic or Roman thinking in their anachronisms as they crafted the death event from other records? But the game of logic isn't the answer. The game of logic is right here. Go to the order of prayer. Maybe update how the male apron is worn. Circumambulate and cantillate. Sing your prayer. So what are you asking for? Please generically bless the prophet. Ask for something specific. Would the 3 Nephites please come forth? Would John the Revelator please come forth? very specific. Please open our eyes and understanding to how Nephi built a society of Zion so we can begin that process. Please help us demonstrate to the heavens that there is any sign of intelligent life here, so Enoch can return and help us with the next phase of our progression. There is no intelligent life on earth, myself included. It doesn't exist. Because if it would exist, the heavens would come. So the evangelicals are really good at prayer. And a few of them have something similar to the order of prayer, where there's a voice and a repetition. The Druids did the same thing. The Romans found out they were doing it and tried to genocide them and then play them off as pagans, which is kind of interesting, kind of ironic. They had black robes. I remember that Nibley talk about Isis and Osiris and the false robes of a false priesthood. Oh, that is so passé. Osiris and Isis may have just been names for the gods, the God of Israel. Like the writings on the wall, like I said before, Joseph may have gone into Egypt and said, "Hey, Dad, that's you." And Jacob is very much a SETI character. If you listen to the God Box of Joel in the evangelical scope, he makes it very clear that Jacob was a tricky one, always trying to manipulate the situation to get his way. Kind of the idea of SETI. And in the Bible it says he wrestled with Jehovah, and it says Israel is your new name, which means God has won. It doesn't say Yah, it says Israel. El is the God, not Yah. And then it says, forever after the hollow of his thigh was sore, and we don't eat the anus of animals anymore. Hollow of his thigh, code speak for anus. No, it's not about sex. Why are we here? And you need to understand, I grew up with that worldview. It's not about sex. We need to be perfectly clean and pure. Okay, so I think I want to finish up by talking about the ox, the Aleph. I am the truth. He literally could have been saying, I am the ox that passes through the chaos. And if that isn't a cross, I don't know what is. So the cross is the number 10 in the Chinese. You can't conflate languages. Well, when Champollion had his theories, there were some people coming out with theories like, these might be tied to the Chinese glyphs. And if we believe that all languages were confounded, could it be possible that certain glyphs, if I were to do some sort of cluster analysis, certain glyphs are in common across those languages? Certainly, I haven't done the prep work to do that analysis yet. Amet. Oh, say what is truth. Amet. And maybe Amen, like Ammon, means truth, faithful, and righteous. Aleph, Maim, Tav.
Strong's H571. Emeth.
You're putting a th there. Amen. That's interesting. Gur, the stranger traveler in the far lands. That could have been the gua sound. It could have been gur, or gur could be a perversion of the true word gua. So when I say Iguazu, I'm saying Igua meaning big, but it could be Gabor, Gor. Gua would, so Igua could mean these big people that arrived by water, which Bartolome de las Casas said the two brothers that arrived on a boat, Tupi Guarani, the white one and the black one. Enough. Enough is enough. And then the spirit of Ruach is also there. So when Yeshua is purported to have said, I am the way, the common word for way is derek, but oni from liahona could also be another form of way. It's not readily available in the Strong's Concordance. I am the life, and I am the truth. Was that an ABC denarian? But obviously the truth rings a bell. It's about an ox going through some chaos of water and blood and becoming the cross. So Yeshua, in the New Testament that we have, he makes this thing about bear your cross before the Messiah death event. So before the Messiah death event, there was some symbology about cross, and it would have been very concrete, but because of how we've been force-fed this new death event, it's lost. And, you know, I've been telling you that I don't know why the number 10 would be so off. The number 10 in Chinese is the cross. So did the Hebrews at one point have the cross represent the number of 10 before they developed their whole Kabbalah? So there's a woman called Diana Ashayana or something. And there's a couple of YouTube videos out there. And she has had a spirit guide that has kind of taught her things. She draws these pictures, and so she's developed something that looks like the Kabbalah of the Hebrews, but instead of having 10 points, it has 12 points. Ma'im. How about Wikipedia? So if you read John carefully with the body put into a tomb, the body's placed here, the head is here. He's beheaded. People don't want to hear that. He's on the cross, he's on a tree, but he's hanging upside down. People come and mock him. On his thigh is written, King of the Jews. If he's on a cross 15 feet in the air, how can people get in his face and mock him? He was upside down. No, Peter was the one hung upside down. Peter's like, I don't want to be like every other person ever crucified in the history of the world, so you hang me upside down. Not Yeshua, you hang me upside down. Wow. I'm really not supposed to find this. So one of the oldest texts we have is a little script, and the direction changes from left to right, right to left. Is that Ma'im? Mim. Maybe that's why. In Gematria, it's the number 40. I wonder how many days he was tortured. Oh, I can't do that one. So I can use Gematria. I can use the 10 stem tree, not the 12 stems tree. But don't go on that one. You can't use tarot cards. Where did this come from? This crossing of the legs, there's a part where his hands are like that, but there's also a part where they're above his head. But I think when they're above his head, he's right side up. I think there's some way that he was in a tree with some rope system where they could manipulate and force his body into any position they wanted. And when people would come by, it seems like if you read Isaiah, it says it was carved on his left thigh, the king of the Jews, or whatever. Tied to Odin. So if you remember, Odin decides to give one of his eyes for knowledge. And there's some debate of which eye was it. Was it the left or right eye? And where does that mythology come from? So is it possible that Yeshua comes to America, teaches the people, some of the people flee to the north countries of Europe, and we have the mythology of the All-Father, the Son, and Odin loses his eyes for wisdom. But we're supposed to believe that story. St. Peter was different than every other person in the history of mankind, including Yeshua, in how he died. And then Andrew supposedly died in the what we call the Scottish cross, in some X pattern. So when you talk about anachronisms, if you are so full of yourself that you can't understand what Yeshua was actually teaching about love and about the servant, the leader being the servant, the least of them, you would then create these things that are significantly flawed, such as, I will lay down my life for my friends, by changing one preposition, when in fact it could have been, I will lay down my life with my friends. One's condescending, one's empowering. This upside down thing. So if you're going to alter the story, you have the knowledge of what actually happened. And so when you create your PR message, your narrative, you're like, okay, there's this upside down thing. Let's apply it to Peter. Because we're going to say Peter was the founder of the church. Who was the first called? His name wasn't Peter. His name was Peter's brother, Andrew. We don't even know their names in Hebrew. Why is that? Again, there was a specific action by persons to limit our knowledge or understanding of what went on. Something hinky went on. 300 years later, they kind of used the 200-year rule that the Book of Mormon teaches us, and they rewrote the story. The keystone of our religion being the Judeo-Christian religion generally, it's a way to prove archaeologically the historicity of all things tied to Christianity. But it's our religion, which is the religion called Mormon, God's good love. It's not tied to a single vine or tree. It's applicable to all of humanity. So when he was right side up, he had his hands above his head, kind of like a rooster. The stole was where they prepped all the animals. It was the den of thieves, as he called it. They probably had some sort of vertical wheel where they'd have the pigeons already tied up, ready to be whatever. And they'd say, okay, pay a shilling for the... shilling's not the right... I understand. It's pay some amount of money, the denarii, whatever, for the turtle dove. But if you pay twice, we'll spin the wheel, and if it lands on the goat, you'll get the goat for the price. But if you do the math and the probabilities, it was a way to exploit the poor. Sound like gambling? Interesting. So somehow they did that, and they would pull this thing, and it would rotate, and it would land on one of them. So they turned this idea of sacrifice into Las Vegas. And then the bigger animals, which would be the goats and the cows, would have been hung from their hooves or whatever, their back legs, on a system that would rotate horizontally. They would be hanging upside down for hours and hours before they were killed. And Jesus is angry. His nostrils flare. Ruach. Enough. Enough. And three of the men, two brothers, one tied to the Sanhedrin, one tied to the Stoll Merchant Center, and a son that has both of their names, wants to make this murder happen. So that they try to throw Ananias under the bus. Kind of tells me Ananias is not the bad guy. That they try to say Pontius wiped his hands, but Jesus said, pay your taxes. Render unto Caesar. It's all fiction. It's a PR move after some really bad event happened. And the keystone to all of that is 3rd Nephi. The problem with 3rd Nephi is it was probably very short. And Oliver and Joseph decided to pontificate. And so the Sermon on the Mount, if you were to do what's called sentimentality analysis, and you can hear it, blessed are the... And then all of a sudden it goes off into sexual immorality. So all of a sudden it's like a broken record. It's a shift into the not operator. God is not a not operator. So the reason this is called Understanding Yeshua, John, for this is life eternal, to know God and to know his Son who you have sent. There's enough clues if you ponder the character of Yeshua. And if you ever have a chance to read my patriarchal blessing, you're going to go, oh snap, that's why this is so important to him. Study his character. Blessed are the poor in spirit. Blessed, blessed, blessed. Very positive language. Very positive. And then all of a sudden, so this is still positive. You are the salt of the earth. He's not saying you're the salt of the Dead Sea. You're the light of the world. Positive, 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 positive. Thou shalt not. All of a sudden, the not operator kicks in. This is not God. God is not the not operator. Moses came down from the mountain, supposedly with the first set of records that said, love God and love your neighbor. And then he had to come down with the not operator. So he may have gone up and had a celestial being give him the information. Something happened, but as we discussed before, that whole calf thing could be a Masoretic creation. So the Masoretes could be defining their laws. So this is Yeshua. This is Dallin H. Oaks. Thou shalt not, thou shalt not, thou shalt not. It's not about sex. You shouldn't even look at a woman. Okay, so this is when they're taking something about sexual innovation and inverting it. Do we have any other evidence in his life? Peter trains some guy named Stephen that looks up into heaven and gets stoned to death by Paul and others before Paul's conversion when he was Saul. He has a vision. I believe in his vision that he was an apostle. I don't believe that. He can self-proclaim himself as an apostle, but more than likely the creation of the Roman church says if apostle means those 12 that were sent away, that didn't join in the death event, we should recast that. We should make it a different thing. Totally understandable. Paul possibly, if he knew what was going on, never claimed to be an apostle, but certainly that was the narrative. He was an apostle. He couldn't have been an apostle. 12 were sent away. They wanted to go to the cross, whatever that means, with their friends. They wept bitterly that they couldn't go. Oh, Peter betrayed him. What? Peter just cut off some guy's ear. So then, it is written in the law, and in the day I gave them their agency in the garden. The whole purpose of the garden is not to be lawless, but to be free in the sense of having a limited number of laws. The laws are simple. Love God, love your neighbor, aka don't play God, and don't extort your neighbor. The end. But we need 600 commands. So if you think about that, the Gospel of Mary, Peter watches Mary Magdalene, which might have been his lover on the road. That everyone's named Mary is very hinky. We do got a Salome, but almost everyone's Mary. The Gospel of Mary Magdalene says one time they're having a meeting. She runs up and kisses him on the mouth, exchanging spit. Peter's frustrated when Yeshua is resurrected. Peter's been fishing all day, but when he gets to shore, there is fish prepared on the stove, and all of a sudden this beloved disciple's there, and he kind of grumbles. I don't think Yeshua was preparing the fish. I think it was Mary Magdalene. And she was fine with her roles as a feminine companion. Water gets turned into wine that's so sweet. The agape meal. He spits. Spit. Fingers in the ears, spit and touched his tongue. The blind man, he spit on his eyes. So when you look at linguistic inconsistencies, and he left, entered into a ship, very simple sentences, take heed, let's go and do this, very simple to read. And he took the blind man by the hand and led him out of town. And when he had spit on his eyes and put his hands down, he asked him if he saw aught. That's not the one I'm looking for. That one's actually simple. That one flows. It's the one where he takes mud or dirt and mixes it with spit and does something. So regardless, we have the spit variable, and there's two sources a man can spit from. The mouth being the rated G version in our world. So one of the interesting things when you look at the Greek is to see if there was an equivalent in the ancient text. And so I see the number 7 and I laugh. So maybe she's ashamed for 7 days, and on the 8th day she presents herself in the temple. 7 is the answering for whatever the fall is. 8 is the God oath to restore. 8 is a division. There's a division of humanity between male and female, and the goal is to get back to 10, I would guess. So we now know that spit was mentioned there, and so they have a word in Hebrew that actually is the word semen, but in Hebrew. And I don't know how that I would find in the reverse lookup. So zera, like Zarahemla, means semen. Zirma, Zera, Zera. So Zarahemla would be this child that through the mercy of God was saved. Mayim, water, generically can also mean urine or semen. The holy waters could be your body. I think we're getting to the end and I'm not seeing it. So I thought at some point there was a siman here. So this was the tur. We saw that the other day. The tur would be a ring dove or a turtle dove, which is interesting. It's a bolek, but that's actually shur, but it's tur in Aramaic. But the tur was this bulrush that we found in Lake Titicaca. So let's search for cow. Aluf. A cow is associated with being the chieftain, the captain, the friend, the governor, the guide, the ox. Aleph. Yoke or taming, a family. A family. I laid down my life with my family. The ox means 1,000. He laid down his life with 1,000 or 5,000. So in this case, I'm looking for cow on the right side. So this would be the primary word I would think for cow. Bakar, bakara. So bakar is the cow, the bullock. We say ox because of the King James translation. An ox is generally castrated to make sure it calms down. One of the easier ways to calm down the intensity of a cow is to surround it by other animals. So it reminds me of Hiram Smith's wife. She's on the prairie, one of her oxen falls to the ground. She's asking for a blessing. The men won't give it to her, so she does it herself. Good for you. So a play on words would be bakar boker, early morning, but bakara seems to be the cow of Yahweh, of Jehovah. To seek out. So let's look at that one. So I thought there was a siman over here. Oh, para might mean horseman. That would be funny. There's no horses in America. Like a shepherd seeking his flock. This is Ferdinand the Bull. Ezekiel isn't Isaiah, but it's in that near neighborhood. So this could have been saying, like the bull seeks out the lost single sheep. So the concept of Yeshua being the shepherd, the good shepherd, I don't have an issue with. The concept I have an issue with is the Lamb of God. Now imagine if in the Legend of Nephi, he actually said that. I am Ferdinand the Bull. Joseph's going to voice that. He doesn't know. But what is Oliver going to say? No, look at the Gospel of John. It says he's the Lamb of God. So now piece through the logic. They covered up the death event. That means they had to have manipulated the Gospel of John and changed the Lamb of God based on my preposition hypothesis thought experiment that he was the ox. And now I'm telling you, Bakara literally means the bullock of Yahweh. To seek, consider, reflect, to plow, to inspect, admire, care for, consider. Do these sound like Yeshua words? Certainly. Our job is to discern the truth out of the darkness. We're playing kind of this mental game that we could somehow quantify as some sort of Bayesian update based on probabilities, but that's not how my brain works. I work on intuition, and however my brain works, I don't fully understand it. And I don't really care to go down the academic path of creating a model to seek truth, because we're accelerating. So, one of the anachronisms of this acceleration, so we're talking about the water ox. Out of the blue, I'm giving you some cultural reference to a 60-year cycle out of China, and I'm trying to map it to a 600-year cycle. In 9 or 10 years, I will be 60 years old. And if I'm not star walking by then, I'm not interested in. I've got 9 or 10 years to get this path moving. And then we have this anachronism in the Book of Mormon about the 33rd and 34th year in 3rd Nephi. And why do I know it's an anachronism? Because foundational and I don't know if it's Masonic, but it's definitely of Masonic origins. I really like the Vogel argument that he was actually anti-Masonic until this Masonic temple ritual was invested. The 33-year numerology of the Christ number is embedded, likely, into the Whitmer-Oliver paradigm. So we know that at some point some of these years got crossed off, because what they did, it's easy to go cross off years and put it in your frame. This was their frame. My frame currently is 7 BC, which is technically minus 8 to 31 AD. And I think that's 37 years. And, I'm not going to worry about the minutiae there. I arrived at that frame by studying the upper and lower bounds of what Samuel the Lamanite said, what we know about the death of Herod, and then the keystone that just said, I'm going to lock that in, was in the Chinese calendar. What was the year of the water ox? And yesterday I explained that the water ox isn't actually water or ox. It's a symbology of one that goes on a big journey carrying a double-edged sword. Did Yeshua ever say, I'm the water ox? Did he ever say, I'm going on a big journey and I'm carrying a double-edged sword? I have not come to bring peace, but division. Remember, division is the number 8. Humanity is divided. Male and female are divided. He who does not leave his mother or father, and somewhere else he says, you leave your mother and father and cling unto the tree of your wife, is not worthy of me. I've come to cut asunder. I'm trying to remember that language. I've come to cut asunder. He's saying I'm the double-edged sword. He's saying he is the water ox. How in the world would the Chinese know that? And when I say water ox, there is somehow some tie that later that becomes water and ox when it doesn't mean either of those in the glyphs. So I'm using all these outside sources, and this is where I have to arrive at Eureka. There is manipulation by scribal influence. But then I have to be careful because it says there was a star and 12 apostles in the history of all mankind. And when Yeshua comes to America, no one's arrogant enough to call themselves the 12 apostles, so they call themselves disciples. That all is congruent. But it could be a manipulation. That's the problem with the manipulation, is it all could be. So I have to internally assess, discern, and create probabilities. This is the game. It's Blue's Clues on steroids. So this is where I had to arrive at something was hinky going on with the Book of Mormon. So then you read Matthew 5, I'm like, I don't buy half of Matthew 5. I buy all the truth stuff, and then all of a sudden it gets not operator, so it doesn't seem. So if the game is, can you understand the nature of God, and in doing so, can that help you discern what is fiction and what is fact, or scribal manipulation, and the original text. So certainly you can do that. You can, analyze text manually and say, okay, it seems like there's a flow, and then all of a sudden it gets weird. And I did that when I wrote The Legend of Nephi. There's so many times I'm like, Nephi's a horrible writer. There's a word salad here. And now I'm realizing that those word salads were inconsistencies in the flow of the language, which could have been an incongruent narrative between what the scribes wanted and et cetera, et cetera. So to me, this was the keystone, that there had to have been something hinky. But then if you do some basic math, that anachronism has a very unique. So the 7 BC 8 thing gets really confusing, and I think that's on purpose. And you could say, oh, the wicked one's trying to distort it, or the children of heaven are playing a game with us. How smart are you? So I never care about the minutia of the data. I'll go look it up again. So I think it's 8 BC. So 8 BC would be minus 9. But the idea of a 60-year cycle, because you don't have a 0 BC or 0 AD. So if I want to know what was the year before, the year when the Baptist was born, was the water rat, and then the year of the water ox. I'm anchored to 8. Okay, so what that means, in their current lunar system, it changes in February. If he's born in April, he's the water ox. That it's got this. So remember, Bengali is the Gangans. It's got this perfect 600 in the Gangan. There's no explanation of why. So Bengali, so India is here, then you've got these separate little countries, but it's the Gangan River. So West Bengali is India. So it's a perfect lineup with 600, and I looked up this before, and they don't have a big explanation of where this dictionary or this calendar got started, but I've got another witness from another society that aligns with this 600. Okay, so now we're going to do some calculations. So let's say, let's start with Jacob is born. Shazer. So we got, so it's 600 years from the 608 BC. We're in the negative, so we don't have to deal with that weird 0 thing. This minus 9 would be the NASA number for the year. Yeshua is born. I shouldn't put a negative there, I guess, because I put BC. So in the NASA form, that would be minus 609, because they want to get that 0 back. So this would be 8 BC, and so this would be minus 9. So if a cycle is 60 years, and let's call that a big year, how many years between the birth of Yeshua and the birth of Jacob? 600 years is 10 big years. The number 10 again is showing up. And I don't know where this is going specifically. I'm just working through it. There's a data point I want to bring up. 5 years before, there's a comet in the sky, creates a bunch of commotion, gets Lehi off his butt to do his job and to get to the river islands. Samuel the Lamanite sees that sign. It gets him on a wall to tell the people in 5 years it's going to happen. It seems like for Yeshua, there was a supernova event. It was discussed by Kepler and later others. So it was in circulation that was a hypothesis that we've lost. We don't have that original information where they were getting those ideas from. That would imply that there was some sort of stellar event related to Jacob. So was there a miniature or a smaller supernova event? The problem with supernovas is there's no records except someone like they found a cave art somewhere of someone drawing something that looked like a supernova on a rock somewhere. I don't think it's tied anywhere to the Arabias. It's just a data point pointing out that the supernova is really hard. And then the question is why would the Chinese have this holiday on April 5th that seems to be tied to the concept of a supernova and to the coming of one that takes big steps, so they sweep out the tombs of their ancestors like to prepare for the resurrection. And then they have this weird story about a servant wanting to feed his master, so he cuts part of his thigh off and gives it to him to eat. It's very bizarre. But the Chinese are good record keepers when it comes to comets. They're the key data point that I would trust, but that they don't have a date for the supernovas is really bizarre. But I just may be missing it, my research. There may be a thing. So if you have an upper and lower bound, you can zoom in on 5 April, and I'm going to say 8 BC, but it's the year of the water ox. And my primary testimony is the Chinese there. 5 of April, not 6th of April like Joseph said. 8 BC. They have a holiday. It's the year of the water ox. Seemingly unrelated reasons to come up with that. And, NASA says 10 here, but I don't see that. So this is my anchor of truth. It may not align with your anchors of truth, but this is what led me to say, the anachronism of the Book of Mormon. But when I was talking about some anachronisms with an evangelical in the Bible, she reminded me of what sometimes we struggle with, that Joel says over and over and over again. Faith means God is on the throne. And she's like, yeah, if those anachronisms in the Bible existed, they were there for a reason. I was like, yeah, they're probably clues to help with something. And interestingly, she was one of those artificial birthdays, a C-section. She and her brother were born 1 year apart on the 5th of May. And I was kind of talking to her about my thinking about the Yeshua death date. And so then we have an earthquake happening in the Dead Sea in that window. We have Pompeii erupting in that window, but through history it gets manipulated that we know the exact date because the Romans said so. And then it makes you reconsider maybe Matthew 24 happened, because what happened in America? There was death and destruction, and then the saints came to visit. The ministry of angels. So what would that look like in the Levant? So if he died with his friends, the friends were probably killed in front of him, including his children, first, and then he was the main event. Think Las Vegas. The big ticket. And the big ticket happened on the Passover. It was the most blasphemous thing the Romans could think to do. So certainly Ananias wasn't happy. And certainly some of the Jews were initially for it. But then we saw the brutality of Pontius. He's like, I'm going to show this Jewish community who's boss. And so he does a thing that gets more and more appalling so that the words of Yeshua can be fulfilled. You will torture me for 5 days or 40 days. Now, I think the way he says it is, you will torture me, and this temple will be destroyed in 5 days. That's not how we read that New Testament scripture, but if you dig into the Greek, that's the primary theme. You will kill me, and then within 5 days, you will tear down this temple yourself. So they kill his children, they kill all these people, they probably go through the 600 and some commandments and make Yeshua violate all of them. Thou shalt not have sex with an animal. Let's bring forth a goat. Let's set up this rope system and put him in a situation where he has to copulate inside the goat. Okay, he broke that law. Let's, as brutal as you can imagine. And then if you have an inkling of understanding of why would the people in England say, let's draw and quarter this man for treason, but then let's put his head and his 4 parts of the body after he's been quartered in the 4 parts of the country, so his family will not steal his body and claim resurrection. Where would that idea come from? Some people get burned at the stake, beheaded, all of that. That was his 5,000 friends. It was a main event that went on for 40 days, maybe 80 days. But regardless, he was the main event. And maybe that's why I'm doing this and concluding today, is because we're in that 40 to 80 day window. I think we're in the 80 day window to May 5th. So then, if there is a connection to the All-Father and to Thor, so Tupa, Jehovah, is the god of thunder and lightning. Tupa is the god of thunder and lightning. Thor is the god of thunder and lightning. If the scattering of the Nephites led to a population in Northern Europe, and the Northern Europe people said the most brutal way of killing someone is the blood eagle, the eagle representing the symbol of Rome. And to be a man is to be able to receive that punishment without saying a word. So you can watch Mel Gibson's Passion of the Christ, but I would suggest watching Braveheart, and you'd probably have a better understanding of the Messiah death event. And don't get me wrong, Mel Gibson did a lot of study. There was some woman in the 1700s that said he was lashed with this big thing so many times. She had a vision. I believe the vision. Add that to the bucket. Where on earth would the blood eagle come from? And the blood eagle is the symbol of Rome. The eagle being the symbol of Rome. Josephus tells this story about supposedly Herod was dead, but he wasn't dead. He went to the springs to get healed, and the word came back that it didn't work, and they thought, yay, he's dead. First thing they did is they ran to the temple and removed at the entrance of the temple these iconic gold eagle statues that represented Rome. Now that could have been an event that happened at the time said, or it could have been an event that happened when the temple was destroyed in 5 days or 3 days or whatever. So the main event finishes on the 5th of May, and I've kind of walked through different scenarios of how it happened. There was probably every day there was probably a time of day when they would do something brutal. Sometimes it was with his direct family, sometimes it was with his extended family, his friends. And at the end of the day, they're kind of locked up in the longhouse. This big bath is where he would treat the wounded and give them comfort and sing with them and pray with them and bind their wounds and bathe them. The baptism of the dead. And he might have been doing it for whoever was elected to go the next day. Oh, Sally Sue's up for tomorrow. So maybe he dressed them and washed them in the basin that was designed to be a sacrificial basin. Maybe someone got burned on the barbecue. Like every atrocious thing you can imagine, the Romans did. And it was so bad that when he was finally killed, he was upside down like an ox would have been, and they're getting ready to slit his throat, and they're like, no, let's do it in the Holy of Holies. And they go in and they cut his throat from ear to ear, the blood atonement, and water comes out, not blood, because his heart had already exploded. Rendere mi corazón. So certainly he had scars on his body. He was beheaded like an ox would be in the sacrifice. It was so brutal that within 3 to 5 days, the Jews destroyed the temple. It was blasphemy. It was blasphemy. It was so. One of the wicked kings tied to Ahaz kills a pig on the altar, but I don't think he did it in the Holy of Holies. But this knowledge is known to the Romans as well as the Jews. So Pontius knows, oh, if I want to go big, this is what I'm going to do. And then we come to America and we have these stories of the Aztecs killing innocent men by cutting their throat on the altars of the temple, possibly to restore some positive thing. And we're like, oh, that's so pagan. We have these carvings of, oh, we know about your God. Yeah, you're the ones that cut his throat on the altars of the temple. That's blasphemy. Let's burn him. So that just means at that time, the Kool-Aid was drunk. The myth, the fake Messiah death event was ingrained in society. But the words are there. Yeshua said, you will kill me, and within 5 days you're going to tear this temple down. He knew what was coming. So when did the destruction and all that begin? The 5th of May, there was a solar eclipse. If we recall the Isaiah scripture about 2 bulls lying dead in the street until they're resurrected, who would have been the other bull? It would have been a companion of Yeshua, would have been his cousin, but it would have been a female. And that might have been the Baptist. So the Baptist was born first, but it seems like in the death event, think about the baptism of Yeshua. I am not worthy to baptize you. And now it's the baptism for the dead. Allow it. This is how it has to be. Which suggests that he was killed first. She baptized him, prepared him in this baptismal font for the dead. He dies and then she dies. So now we have something that we think is apocalyptical that may have already happened. Matthew 24 may have already happened. It says they lie dead in the streets. It would seem to me like the solar eclipse would happen. They would lie dead in the streets. People would take to the streets, tear down the temple. The Romans would come in and just start slaughtering people. Doesn't this sound like 70 AD? It's supposed to be a different time. Let's just change the dates. 70 AD is supposed to be because some guy named Jesus was invited to a party, but the wrong Jesus showed up, and the Jews broke out in a brawl, and it ended to the destruction of the temple. That's the Josephus story. We're supposed to believe that. How about they killed the Son of God, cut his throat from ear to ear, had him bleed out within the Holy of Holies. The Jews lost it and destroyed the temple. And then the Romans came in, great destruction, and then it's quiet for 70 years before there's any other stories. It's actually quiet for hundreds of years before there's any other story. Prove me wrong. I'm open to other ideas. This is where it's led me. The purpose of the Book of Mormon is for us to understand that Yeshua is the Messiah. Not to drink this Kool-Aid proffered to us. By unlocking the American version of the story and just some of these inconsistencies, you can start to see how that puzzle of the Messiah death event starts to piece together. It's like a mosaic. You're putting dots together, but eventually, or in a stereogram, you stare long enough, there's starting to be something. Yeshua said, let's find it. In 3 days you will destroy this temple. So when scribal influence happens, heading on. So that person on the cross to the right that says, save yourself, is likely his first love. He's watching his children die. And she says, you can save them. And you see how they can manipulate that story to be something different? He knows he can save him. I'm looking for the word destroy. So if you were to hang an animal upside down for that long, they're under stress. You're killing them under stress. It's releasing cortisol into the blood. Defeats the whole purpose of eating the spirit of that animal that day. I can't believe I can't find this at this moment. I am able to destroy the temple of God in 3 days and rise from the dead. Maybe. I'm not going to dive into the semantics of that. I don't think I need to. Yeshua as the Messiah, the true Messiah death event, is a necessary understanding to reconstruct a history of what happened in America, but also what happened in the Levant. He laid down the life with his friends. His death was so blasphemous that the Jewish community stormed the temple, tore the temple apart. Romans came in, killed a bunch of people, which is that Isaiah scripture about 2 bullocks dead in the street. But then the resurrection happened. And all we have in the New Testament is, it says, the saints arose and many were seen by many. But if you were just killed by wicked men, and the wicked men just killed a bunch of Jews, and you're coming down in glory according to Matthew 24 with Yeshua leading the charge, you're not going to do what you're doing in the Book of Mormon singing Kumbaya. You're coming with the sword. The double-edged sword is not a sword of anointing other people. This is the sword of blood. So the Romans just killed all these Jews. What are you going to do? So that's when I imagine the earthquake hits, Pompeii erupts, a host of heaven, a host of people are seen in heaven. They come down and they kill every Roman in sight. You were killed unjustly, you're immediately going to kill the killers. Sounds very vindictive, but you got to understand how brutal the Messiah death event was. So the most of the Jews are already killed by the Romans because they sacked the temple. All the Romans are killed. Pontius is never heard of again. And you've got Pompeii erupting. You've got this earthquake. You know that Mother Gaia is upset, which is a prophecy in the Nephite the tradition we have. So you're going to cover it up. So then let's say you do that, and the remaining Jews take all the information that they can find, and they run to Qumran and hide everything they can into a cave. And then Yeshua comes to America 9 months later, and he kind of goes through the thing, but this is kind of more of a pleasant tour, because he's not coming with a sword right now to fulfill Matthew 24. He's coming to a different people that had a society that Nephi had helped build. And then it says he wanders off and he prays by himself, and he's troubled in spirit for what happened in the Levant, in Jerusalem. And I think what happened is they saw all this destruction, and they saw it as a symbol from God that the Romans were wrong in creating this blasphemous thing, but they didn't equate him with the Messiah. They actually went the other way. They're like, you were the blasphemous. Why are you here again? You know what I'm saying? It's like he comes back and he's not given a welcome of adoration like he's given. His ego is not stroked like his ego is stroked in America, likely. You know, this is me, noodling on this for, now just this specific idea for about 2 years, but it all started by something that triggered 4 years ago. And I think it was about 2 years ago, about May 5th, I'm circumambulating in the field on our family property, and I just get hit with this wall of flashes of these potentials, and me trying on the head of what Joseph and Brigham said. I'm like, maybe I'm the one that killed him or threw the first stone or whatever. It's like, why am I getting these flash ideas? I think I'm playing Blue's Clues, and my children are giving me clues from heaven, and then I had to go find the data. So can I demonstrably demonstrate this? And I have a testable hypothesis. Pompeii erupted, the city was destroyed, the 70 AD event happened right after his destruction. That's how do I test that hypothesis? What does the archaeological record say? Prove me wrong. I'm more than open to use my mental capabilities and faculties to possibly update that. So then, going back to this idea that these errancies, these so-called anachronisms, are clues, the 33rd and 34th year. Okay, are you going to move? So if a big year is 60, what is 33 big years? 1980. If a 34 is 60, what's a big year? 2040. And we got this 8 BC thing, which you got to count for the overlap. So rather than do the math wrong, just look up the year of the water ox, because that 60-year cycle is ongoing. And you got 1973 plus 60 is 2033. Oh look, I got another 2033, 2034, 33rd, 34th year going on again. So the anachronism might be a marker. No man knows the hour when I will return. Well, was that Matthew 24 when he came back in a cloud of fire with his friends that just got killed and they just killed all the Romans? Or is that an interpretation and philosophy of man? There's so many world views if you look at the commentaries on that concept of no man knows the hour except my Father which is in heaven. It might have been written in an anachronism of the Book of Mormon. So Oliver wanted to create this 33rd, 34th year, so he rewrote it. But in the big years, that's 1973, 2033. And if you were to go back another big year, that would be 1913. And in my estimation, 1913 was the year of tribulation. This is the beginning of the Great Wars, Titanic, leading to the Fed. Daniel says 42 months. What if you're a scribe? You're going to edit that stuff. 1873 was the year of the beginning of desolation. One of the meanings for desolate is to deflower a woman. Roe v. Wade. And, you know, I'm not going to put a morality there. I'm just saying that was one of the worldviews I had at that point in time. So after tribulation and desolation, what comes next? The rapture. Where's the rapture in the scriptures? 2033 is on the horizon. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, I could go all Mayan on you and say, the calendar says, I know for a surety that. Yeah, that's not how this works. If God wants to tell you that directly, then you could say that. But if you're given glimpses and flashes and you're supposed to use the gifts and talents given to you, you can't say that. How can you arrive at saying that with such absolutism? So this makes me rethink my second spiritual name. So Nephi John was and this is kind of how life is. I'm pretty sure Nephi is a spiritual name of mine. I can still see John, but it might be related to John the Revelator. You know, imagine if we circumambulated in the order of prayer in these temples and we asked for John the Revelator to come forth. Because remember, Nephi said, I saw everything John saw, but John's going to write it down. That's not my job. But we learned in the scribal process, though, is even if Nephi would have written it down, if it was too far afield, Oliver et al. is going to shut Joseph down. But then we see with Bountiful America that sometimes the message over. So this is the whole idea of this life purpose. Like, look at the wordplay. Oh, what happens if Bountiful is actually America? And think about how that would play out. That doesn't work. What about the Columbia 2100 prophecy? But what would have been nice about the 2100 year prophecy, if it was a scribal filter, is it would have locked in the birth date of Yeshua. But if it did, and it wasn't aligned with Oliver Cowdery's 33-year-old death construct, then we're back to where we were before. It would have justified his taking it out. So if a woman chooses to abort a baby, certainly I've always had a worldview that seemed to be the abomination of desolation, the abomination that leaves us desolate. It's a woman's body. If a baby dies, it goes to heaven. You see how I can trust in the agency of a woman and not necessarily rely on my traditional Republican conservative views? So, Enoch may be a possibility, or Elijah. So we have Yael, which is a female name. The male form of it is Joel. And then we have Elijah. And I don't know if there was a female form of that. So the first one is Jehovah dash L. Second one is L dash Jehovah. Yael, Jehovah El Jehovah, Elijah. It's a reversal. Now think about Malachi. I will turn the hearts of the children to the fathers to the children. Father to children, father to children. So let's say El is the father and Jehovah is the son. It just seems to align with that scripture. And then they capitalize in Malachi Elijah. But was Elijah intended to be a person or an event that does this reversal? So if there are 10 people invited to the party, and there's these 7 Palladians that are like the timekeepers or the referees, and then there's a bunch of uninvitees, and the object is to save everyone, whatever that means. What would be my next spiritual journey? And I kind of have some ideas there that I'm not going to share right now. But where that leads is Nephi John is my spiritual name. My journey, my spiritual journey, is to waste and wear out my life to find the truth in the darkness. That knowledge would then have to lead to action. The obvious action would be, well, Nephi taught us how to build a Zion. He taught us how to do these things. So maybe we should go and do those things. Or at least create minimal viable products that demonstrate to the heavens that we at least understand what things we need to do, and maybe call on heaven to rapture us and come help us do this. But this is all, the Moses story. Oh, tell me about the battle from earth. There's a bigger story. Abraham said, hey, tell me about the war in heaven too, right? So part of what I think about is we first have to understand what Nephi was giving us, demonstrate some minimal viable product related to what Nephi was teaching us, like demonstrate, can we build a society based on a economy of abundance, the concept of abundance, maximize abundant resources, utilize the concept of Mother Gaia. This is a blue water world. We're using everything natural. We're trying to do things sustainable. Our goal is to feed and house and clothe everyone in a sustainable way. Remove the concept of controls, locking people into contracts, locking people into debt, all the control mechanisms of our current society. Prepare for the component of Zion. If Nephi built a temple worthy of Jehovah, should we not find and restore that temple to fulfill the prophecy that the sons of Levi have to give an offering of righteousness. There might not be a son of Levi or a son of Jews in the Levant that would be worthy of that. But if Nephi married a daughter of Ishmael, and Ishmael came along for the ride because he was Cohen, we do have that among the remnant, the remaining descendants, what we would call Native Americans, that are Cohen, that could perform that ceremony. It's interesting that the Mayans recently did a ceremony at the Serpent Mound. So that would shift into a different game. And I don't know where that leads, but I do know that this seems to be the core doctrine that could transcend all religions. This Costco card indulgences component would need to go. Malachi offered some important insights that we may not fully understand, that I'm not fully grasping even yet. God is on the throne. You've got to keep changing your mind. Joseph Smith, he did rebaptism all the time. The Gangan people do it all the time. The Sadhguru says he takes 18 showers a day, and if he's in the region of Ganga, he goes out into the river as often as he can. The Chinese people say, well, at a bare minimum, even the most basic of humans, the serf, the peasant class, needs to bathe at least once every 5 days. And then the baptism of fire, the esoterics might be calling this the elevation of frequencies from 3D to 5D to 9D, or whatever D they want to talk about. The creation of portals, to be able to walk through a portal of fire to get to a new heaven and new earth. I don't necessarily buy that, because what we're saying is Mother Gaia has to die. She had to put up with us for all this time, and now we're going to kill her off. And Joseph talks about it becoming a sea of glass. Maybe that's the restoration of the firmament. So I'm clearly aligned to visionary input from people that have visions. If you have insights that would clarify where this is taking me, I'm also happy with that. If you want to play the game of polemics of you're right and wrong about this or that, I'm not going there. I've washed my hands of that. I'm trying to separate myself from the old system to prepare myself for a new system. So if I believe this old system is broken, I shouldn't be participating in it, or participating in it in a minimal way. If I believe God is on the throne, currently I've been thinking I need to make sure that I'm not playing God by trying to solve problems in my own way. But I've certainly been moved that I needed to do this this video just to kind of lay a marker for the importance of the legend of Nephi, which is kind of what started me down this path. And I can tell you that if you hear a voice 3 times, it's not the same voice 3 times. There's not 3 witnesses there. It might be the telestial secretary and the terrestrial secretary and then the celestial secretary, and it might not be secretaries, it might be the bosses of each. And so if you want to understand what the wisdom and yare, the awesomeness of understanding the voice of God and recognizing that He is more than you, I can testify to that. So where does that leave us? We've done a review of the Book of Mormon. I've outlined the geography. But the so what is just as important. So if you were to go to the Serpent Mound, I would probably think the temple would have been on the northeast corner, just like I'm assuming it was in Eru. So this now is coming together. So I would say the temple was there. Northeast corner. It's on a flat plateau, which the locals called Etupi. You watch the movie Up, the rock Angel Falls, which is way further north than here. It's another plateau system, and it seems like the word was Etupi. Then if you build this house and it shines for everyone to see, it's part of your teaching tool. And so word travels. There are these people that are coming, they come to your village, they live with you, they give you whatever you want, they help you farm better, they give you swords if you want it, they let you learn whatever you want. That diffusion adoption rate is going to be through the roof. But then as a good marketer, you have this brand element up on the hill. Oh, that's the thing he built. That A2P, that thing on the hill. And his name becomes 2P. That's starting to fall into place. And this A2P believes in this God Yah, this is Jehovah, so A2P Yah becomes Tupa, the God of 2P. And that's kind of what fell together. So imagine if we LiDAR'd this place. You know, we could LiDAR the whole valley, and then based on where I'm at, if I were to search for ring villages of the Amazon, so I'd already drawn pictures in my journal related to this, and then I found this article. Yeah, they're not going to give me the PDF. Oh, it was there. Guess I gotta log in to get it. Download full text. So if you want to know what the original towns, so I showed you these defense mechanisms he built in the Tocantins, and this is going to show you what some of the original tribal villages look like. And if I had to so these are all, you know, these are the locations, the geographical locations of them. Then there's some renderings of what they look like. These are archaeological renderings, and I imagine that the circle is important because it shows equality. You put 12 on the ring is a raised garden, you put your animals in the pasture, you have a central location for community eating and other things, dancing, whatever. And so one of the reasons you raise this is if the floodwaters come, you might be surrounded by water, but you're okay. You can live as long as you have food. Your animals have a place to be. Read Isaiah. It talks about this. Oh, look, the city of Atlantis. Same idea. Then you could possibly have auxiliary buildings on the periphery, but this is fundamentally housing for the women. So where would the house of the virgins be? It might be here in the middle or somewhere here. It would be within the community, whereas the men might be having housing outside of the community. But I don't know, maybe some of the houses are for the men. You know, cuñadismo would be you would marry a daughter and join the village of the daughter's father. So So were you joining the village of the daughter's father, or were you actually joining the tree of the mother? Because if that father eventually had married that mother, so you can see how you can anchor it to the father, but it's really the tree of life is anchored to the mother. And I doubt there were longhouses until the Messiah death event, but maybe the longhouse was prophesied and Nephi built it. So I would say a ring. So this is a rendering. Like I would like to go back to these places and do LiDAR today, because this was before LiDAR was super common, and see if we see, earthwork technologies and what they were. And so these are all sorts of conceptions based on the modern group. So this one, so the House of the Virgins would be inside, whereas there might be peripheral houses that would be outside. And then there would be a common place for gathering, for dancing, for fires, for sharing meals. And again, these people are making these renditions. I don't know that archaeologically there were longhouses there. And then some of them aren't as circular. So if I were to guess Nephi's, his would have been on a dime circular. And then if I would have to specifically guess, that one right there, the one they called Rio Catete, was his village. Now, who were the 12 on his circle? Did he have a hut for himself, for his primary wife? Would there be so much jealousy that Sam's daughter would not be there, or would they have worked through that? And hopefully they would have worked through that. And then, those closest to him, Sam would have been there. I would guess Sam would be there. I don't think Jacob and Joseph was there based on, 2 Nephi 9. It seems like Jacob was in his own isolated pocket. And then Nephi was out and about. He would practice cunyadismo. He would probably spend a month with a woman there, make sure she's pregnant, and teach him these things, and then he would move on. So there's a tradition in the colonistas of how a tribe would get in a war against the good guys, the white guys, and if a tribal member were able to capture that good white guy, they would imprison them in their village, make them sleep with the sister of whoever captured him to give him a child, and then at the very end they would give him these little stones to throw at the village and give a speech, and then the guy that was honored with the capture would sneak up behind him and bash him in the head with a club and kill him. But before they would kill him, they would take his essence. They would try to get a baby from him. And the woman to receive the baby was tied to the man that was able to capture this good man. It's very interesting. So what's next would be to build a minimal viable product similar to that. Obviously using our technologies, but understanding that if our technologies violate the two great things of us trying to play God, we should reconsider it. Try to develop a system and engineering path that will lead us to a sustainable, earth-friendly system. So for example, fiberglass is not earth-friendly. It's not pleasant to use. It's not, certainly sand is replete on the earth. Making glass is easy to do. But is there a more natural alternative? Hemp. Could I make insulation out of hemp? Is hemp an infinite resource? Certainly I could start growing hemp, make it an infinite resource, and build a sustainable model to say, okay, we can insulate a house, but we'll use insulation that's hemp. Wood is an infinite resource that's been turned into a scarce resource based on the government systems in which we live. This Titicaca has opened the door to an entire class of polymers. If you mixed hemp with this geopolymer, you could likely create something similar to these fiberglass casings that make cars and stuff. Certainly cars and stuff is not part of this. It's kind of a neo-Luddite technology. It's a constrained maximization problem. You'd want to first build an individual house, and then you'd want to build a first circle ring as a homage to Nephi. And you would want to learn how you could make that possible. So could I build a translucent polycarbonate roof where I could see the stars every night? So these longhouses and these other ancient houses always had a hole for the fire in the house so you could see up into the star. Could I modernize that in a way that I could still have my insulation, my heat preserved in the house? And then could I somehow reconsider my heating, cooling, etc. situations based on the foundations of using water and anchoring to Mother Gaia, showing homage to her in trying to recreate a homage to Nephi, which I'm saying is that 164 people. But once you learn how to do it, you could populate the earth that way. You can create some sort of fractal design of a design where you do the same ring structure at a larger scale, or you do some other shape where you make it random. And then off you go. So the engineering design component of how Nephi would have diffused this technology, I completely understand. The capabilities of technology we have available to us today is amazing, but the constrained idea of could you build this that is a homage to Mother Earth. So you would have to build a society where you possibly butcher a cow or a bison or whatever every 5th day and you share it among the community. Like, you try to make sure you're aligning with this idea of, if you were put on this earth to eat the meat of the cow, you better eat it while it still has its spirit attached. So ideally, 5 days might be the longest possible. So maybe every other day. So maybe on man day you're killing the cow and eating it, and on woman day you're having the leftovers, or you're eating vegetables if you're not into that thing. And if you're not into that thing, you don't ever have to eat the cow. Like, c'est la vie. It's your life. The principle of agency should govern the concept of Zion. So certainly the legend of Nephi and paying a homage to a man that Yeshua said, the kingdom of God is here, thanks to Nephi who built it. But then if we look at some of the anachronisms of Matthew 5 and 3rd Nephi, was the Lord's Prayer actually there? Certainly 3rd Nephi says multiple times he went and he prayed. And so was this whole idea of that kingdom come, that Nephi completed that, and that's why he didn't have to say that? Was that an invention of the scribal audience? It's possible. Regardless, God is on the throne, and that's a thought that has led us to this point. How can you have the Lord's, who are you to change the Lord's Prayer? But, you look at the Lord's Prayer, it has the whole power kingdom thing, which was a later version of the Lord's Prayer. So is it an anachronism? Absolutely. Does it teach me something? Yes. It teaches me in the history of the world, like if I had to rank order people, Nephi better be near the top. This is non-trivial. This is amazing. So it would be nice to LiDAR all of these villages, find out as much as we can about this village, and build a minimal viable product. So, in conclusion, the purpose of this masterclass was for me to share my thoughts, feelings, and learnings, but I think it was for me probably more than you, in understanding how diffusion works, This may sit on the internet for years, or this may take off like wildfire. Not my problem. Not my problem. I'm just following the steps in front of me. So for me personally, I've got some servers that I've had turned off. I don't know if they still work. I'm thinking that I need to turn them on, kind of work in that regard. Knowing something can lead to a specific action. It seems to be tied to the Mormon theology of restoring Zion, calling in the end of times. Offering a sacrifice of righteousness requires a temple. The temple of Jehovah that builded Nephi seems to be the temple needed. So knowing where that is, knowing the geographies of the Book of Mormon, seems to be pretty imperative, not incidental. May God bless and keep you. I am not going to choose how you interpret what I've shared. If it benefits you on your journey, your spiritual ascension, I have succeeded. If you want to take this information and utilize it in whatever way you feel and motivated in your spirit to do, please do so. That is the purpose. There's no agenda here. I'm sharing this freely. I'm not interested in going down the ancient paths of academia and try to prove polemics to anyone about being right or wrong. That's not my journey. I think part of this separation, this Nazir that I'm experiencing over the last 4 years, is preparing me for what my journey is. I think part of doing this 5-segment piece is I've kind of paid homage to Nephi to unlock what I can unlock from his teachings. So now am I worthy to say, please give me the additional light and knowledge you promised me. I've done some effort on my own part. What's the next clue in this game of seeking truth out of the darkness? But it could be time to segue into action. So turning on servers, doing OCR stuff to try to make this data more readily available seems to be where I'm headed. But I kind of already worked out the solution. Everything else is just trivial work. So maybe that's not where I'm headed. I don't know. I cast my bread upon the water and see where the water takes me. Okay, so let's maybe finish with Yeshua being the water ox. Maybe just a couple more minutes. So if there was a strong metaphor for Yeshua being the ox, the bowl of God, just think about some of these words we have. Bullshit. What does that actually mean? There's actually Hebrew or Egyptian words. So sheet means shittim, acacia tree, somehow tied to possibly his death. The Asherah pole or the Asherah tree is the acacia, the almond tree. You just keep shaking the box, keep changing your mind, keep updating. So Isis and Osiris were apparently the gods of the cow. Sat is a god of the cow, the black bull god Sa. So I talked about Sasha being here. Where's cow? Coward, it's not cow. So I actually want to search for cow or bull or bullock. If I search for bull, I'll get the bulrush. So it seems like there's a name for each of the 7 sacred cows. And the 7 sacred cows are the timekeepers, the Palladians, maybe the referees of the game, which would be different than the watchers. A cow, hetemite like heifer, hetemite, a cow goddess, a serpent goddess, a serpent fire goddess. So how are you mixing the metaphor of cow and serpent, unless the Saraf was destined to be the cow? Cassette, cow goddess, cassette, spelled a little bit differently. Cassette. Keru. I thought this was Horus, but the eat might mean the feminine. A cow goddess who protected Isis. So a cow protecting. So if you look at some of those shapes, one of those shapes is the female pundenda in Egyptian. So the male phallus is everywhere. So remember I talked about harem and double pleasure. That was one of the symbols, but this is the symbol of the well, of where the phallus goes. Now look at this. Is that a phallus going into a well, or is it a knife going into the well? Look at procreate, the phallus going into the well, the inverted triangle, the phallus leaving its seed. They're not afraid of sexuality. I think the British got there and just started destroying some of the statues and just demonstrating that this concept of thinking about procreation isn't appropriate. Oh, look. Grasping hold something with the phallus. To spew forth, to pour out. Uhem, the hoof or claw of a bird. You know, one of the Nephi is clearly one of these super words. Nefer, neter. Peru means temple. I wonder what Machu Picchu is. Peru Keru or whatever it was. Okay, that's Uhem. So look at what Uhem is. It's like the foreleg of the cow, and then it's this bird shape, the ah. I thought that was one of the ah sounds. Uhem. To repeat, to narrate, to recount, to tell a story, to tell a dream. Oh, now we have a snake. To speak again. So Uhem seems to be this idea of repetition. So Uhem Ankh, the Ankh meaning living, to repeat life, to renew life. Uhemu is a person telling a story, a lay priest, an orator. Uhemti is a narrator. Uhema is a great recorder. the teller of the land, the king's herald. So Uhem, and there is Uhem Ra. You open your mouth over something, and then 10 I'm not finding here. So why is it Uhem Ra and not Ra Miumtum? But if you can't see the connection, then maybe I've failed the master class. Uhem Ka, so Re Miumtum is probably a super word where you can tell a lot of a story with one word. So Ra seems to be a mouth. Uhem Ka, Uhem to burn up, to blaze, incense. So there is a worship going on with Re Miumtum. You're worshiping. But it's very repetitive. So this one is a nice shape because it looks like a priest sitting. It looks like a double-edged sword. The revolution of a star is tied to this replication. Uhem T means the second one, I guess. A second time. M-Uhem. So Re Miumtum may have this as another stem that could be added and add some flavor there. It's a very concrete idea. You're opening your mouth over and over and over again, repeating yourself. It's tied to praise and grace, and it's a beautiful single word that is a fulfillment of what Joseph Smith was trying to say. Yeah, one character can mean the whole story because someone told him that. So it seems like Mormon was probably able to read the old Egyptian form of their language because he had to translate Lehi. So that was possibly part of his training with Amoron. But he never read, that means in the book of Lehi, he never read the word Mormon. But when he reads the first words of the legend of Nephi, he sees his name. And that probably motivates him to learn more of the original language. So he was probably barely translating. That's just kind of how God helps motivate us. He gives us something that he knows is going to be a personal motivation, and then he moves forward with it. I wonder if a cooking pot or a linger longer is tied to the Ra Miumtum. So Uhem or Uchem might be that one to repeat. So there's different symbols that seem to mean the same thing. So then you have to go back and say, who curated this dictionary? Could you, like I looked up one of the, so these are references to where it came from. So I went back through the Re Miumtum one and tried to look up the source, and I went to the page and I couldn't find it. So from a data point of view, what would you want as perfect data? You would want each glyph, where it came from, a picture of it in its original location on the wall, and then you could recreate an Egyptian language going back to first principles. So rather than building upon whatever Young and Champollion discovered in their first iteration, you do a grounded theory approach. You say, let's throw out the window what we think we know and just start over. Obviously, if you've been trained in Egyptology and have a PhD in Egyptology and been published and have your career and tenure on the line, you're not going to like that. But if your goal is to unlock the language of true Egyptian, why not? We have better technologies, we have better data, we have the ability to make relationships using just basic data analytics and clustering of words and glyphs that may completely change what we think we know about the Egyptians. For example, the mathematicians study the Egyptian fractions, and I haven't programmed this part out yet, and I kind of need to, that they would only communicate a fraction as 1 over something. And then they had these rules, these algebraic structures to do it, and they had this whole underlying number theory that we've never researched in mathematics because it's not our thing. We just, So stupid people are like, oh, they didn't know very good fractions, so they just did 1 over.
Or you have the understanding of God, so God is on top, and any number is less than that one above. So their mathematics may have been constrained optimization to actually demonstrate superiority.
So the Egyptian fraction is a very interesting idea that really hasn't been explored. But if I were to rebuild and attempt to understand this Egyptian language, I would not have anchored to the Demotic or the Coptic of the north. I would have anchored to the Amharic of Ethiopia of the south, because it was less influenced by external external sources over the centuries. Certainly, it's been influenced by the religion of Islam today. So, do we have any Amharic texts pre-600? Probably not. It is the imperative duty that we owe to the rising generations. So I went to this 414 thing and I couldn't find it. That we waste and wear out our lives to bring the truth out of the darkness. Joseph is in Liberty Jail. He gives section 121. And he seemed to learn how to speak at a scribal pace because he knows someone has to write him down. So personal writings kind of says he talks about something, he writes a letter to someone, and then all of a sudden he breaks out into section 123. And to me it's, people don't like to use the word of channeling, but it seems to me like it was like channeling, like he was tuning into a radio station. He got tuned in, and then he just rolled. And he rolled with section 123. Certainly, he was very good at debate and speech. He would win the championships in Nauvoo. Again, those might have been participation trophies because of who he was. But at the same time, it could demonstrate that he was his own orator. So why would he need in 2nd Nephi a spokesman? So again, that calls into question another anachronism of the Book of Mormon. He thought that was about him, and maybe it wasn't. People tried to put in the box that somehow Sidney Rigdon was his spokesman. Joseph could talk until the sun went down. He could debate, he could organize, he could communicate. He was definitely able to do that on his own. Uhemra, the great Ramiumtum. There was one other idea that had come to my mind that I thought would be a nice conclusion here. Restoring Mormon lore, the keystone of our religion. Imperative duty to waste and wear out your life. Pay homage. So if Yeshua paid homage to Nephi, should we not be paying homage to Nephi? That logic is pretty obvious. I had another thought on a related vein, and it has left me. So you're going to notice that, I went 40 minutes, an hour and a half, 5 hours, 6 hours, and now I'm about 4 hours. I'm satiated. I've said what I need to say. To me, I've kind of worked out the key elements of the Book of Mormon. What more is there to say? And that was my missionary plaque. Jacob, whatever, 6'4", whatever. O.B. Wise. What more can I say? Solomon didn't ask for wisdom. He asked for a kind and understanding heart. Wisdom is not in the mind. So certainly I have a strong, sober mind. But what I'm learning in this process is I need to work on my heart muscles. My dad keeps telling me, you need to not be so aggressive. My response is, well, if the Spirit prompts me to be aggressive, I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to be angry. But in the end, it is about Mormon. It is about love. The pure love of Christ romanticized. Literally romanticized. Put in the Greek-Roman language. Egyptified would be Mormon. Hey son, my name is Mormon. I figured out my name Mormon means God's good love. And I wanted to share that with you because you are my son. And so Mormon would be this super word somehow. So, interestingly, it's we got a sunrise or a sunset, sun something going on. We got this hand thing that I got a hand thing on my dresser. You know, if you read the introduction of the original 2020 edition that I took the time to, it kind of was the first seed of, oh, you better start reading some of this Hebrew stuff. You know, why are we doing this? All of us, not just me now doing this. Why are you doing what you're doing? What is spiritually driving you? May you one day learn to fly and learn how to twinkle in an eye. This is why we do it. We do it for not us, but for them. And my son was scheduled to be born on December 23rd, which you could say is serendipitous. So he was conceived on April 1st. I'm pretty sure of that. That Joseph Smith was anchored April 6th as the birth of Yeshua. Joseph was likely conceived on April 6th. It doesn't seem like a big leap there. Part of the overarching idea is the mouth of babes should be able to understand this. And this is, you know, part of the academic side of me that began this journey. You know, as I was working on it, I ran into the unofficial, non-church sanctioned reader's edition that a woman that seems to be well educated worked on, where she worked on the whole book, Lynn Matthews Anderson. And she had a different objective path, whatever. But I've read that and some of her other stuff, and wow, you know, this is a woman very capable of leading a relief society if that institution was ever created in its form. So this is a word cloud of my legend of Nephi. You know, I intentionally didn't use all forms of God, and so God is the biggest. It seems like Isaiah is the next biggest, and then Nephi, Israel, one, land, father, seed. It's not about sex, okay. And then obviously I'm saying, if I were to write a new draft, well, lamb would disappear. And then I did this to help understand if there are voices speaking, the set off, the angels are kind of all in blue. God would be in the royal purple, I think. I've made the girls in pink. And this technology to build this is the latex environment. It's not, you know, like the raw latex environments. All of that could be reworked. Like if I, you know, I'm a technologist and I'm really annoyed with technology. It's one reason I think I'm in hell right now. like I'm punished because in some previous life I was the one that created such crappy technology. So, I mentioned Samuel the Lamanite based on the conversation I had with my uncle, but that's clearly evolved. This idea of almonds was, just this concept in my mind of popcorn popping on an apricot tree. And, doing this video, some of the data that got flushed out and the concept of it being a super word really happened. Amerik, I'm now thinking is bountiful. So that might be a good place to end. Abun washane. So the translation of the of the Aramaic may be Abun. There's a lot of people debating that. So they're saying this is Abun, but this might be Abwoon. Woons being similar to womb. So this might be saying father and mother who moves in the light. Obviously this blog entry is not that. Maybe we'll try to take a second and see if I can quickly find it. I found a Motab. Oh, I'm not supposed to call him Motab anymore. Thou shalt not call them Motab anymore. It is blasphemy. It's so bizarre. Like, you have all of your life energy, and that's what you're gonna focus on. So this is a bunch of stuff. So this was a dissertation on Joseph Smith being the great speech debater. The Evergreen, Psalm chapter 1, Peleg. I've you can look at the dates here. Oh wow, that one's 3 years ago. So things are just updating. I had a spreadsheet, and there was a YouTube video that had this woman singing the Aramaic Malaketh, and then there's some significant debate over the first word Abun, because people don't want it to be father mother moving in the light. Yeah, that's too new. So May does a good job because he collects primary data. He does a good job because he's basically saying this Yahweh, the name that must not be spoken, Adonai, is a Middle Ages event. So this is Nehemiah Gordon. He did a really good job. I sent him an email once to see if he would extend his thinking, like, go flatland. Well, based on what you just said, what about this? So he understood the concept of the unseen realm, the counsels of the God, where God himself can't lie, but seemingly some of the other angels could. So Abum, I haven't seen that. Abu Makuta. So there's one that's a song, and I think one of the powers of prayer is to tie it to song. Let's kill that one. I wonder if God's name is a palindrome. Like we have this tetragram, but I wonder if it was a palindrome in sound. Hana. Jehovah would be Jehovav. Or Jehovavi. Jehovavi. Yeah, this is the song, but it's a different video. It's a different singer. Father and mother who move in the light, bless me. And it talks about the judgment bar, which is totally 3rd Nephi, or 2nd Nephi. It says, may I leave others blameless, so no one will accuse me at the judgment bar. Very different translation than what we have. Now I've researched. I've never watched that movie. Watch Braveheart, learn more. Watch Vikings, learn about them. Read John. Body's over here and the head's over here. They hid the truth. Are you sure? So the greatest truth is the best friend is Africa. I think this is the guy that outlines the Abu thing. This is a nice one, but it's not the one I'm looking for. This is close. Like that screenshot was similar, but that's still not Abu is supposed to be father. It's not. It's father, mother that moves in the light. Maybe. Might be this one. So it's a little bit faster than this. Same words. So they're kind of. No, I don't need to add a identifier trailer of who shared it to whom. Your boat going on. And this may have been the primary language Yeshua spoke. He clearly knew Hebrew, possibly Egyptian, Greek. Maybe he traveled to other places like India.
problem with the parable of Isa in India is it doesn't have anything new in the story. Oh, I traveled the Silk Road on dirt to India. If you would have something new, like I traveled by boat, like they did anciently, like we have through the Book of Mormon, then it's like, oh, maybe that's so. Just like the past life regressions of Dolores Cannon, if she understood ethnographic indifference in her interviews, she might have been able to flesh out the Messiah death event. But if someone's having a past life regression from the Middle Ages where they had a certain worldview of Christianity, could you regress all the way back to the original event? Or are you going to bring all of the baggage of your previous lives based on her concept of that? I'm open to anything that is spiritual. I'm not going to put anything in a box and say that's right or wrong. Light cleaveth unto light. Just suck it all in. What sticks? Oh look. That's this Jamana, Persian word. Havlan, lakma. Lakma might mean bread. So if you know Spanish, this looks like sin mancha to me. It means the same thing. This seems to be the correct form of amen. So the concept of singing prayer, and I think that may be where I'm supposed to end. Does that just resonate with your spirit? And if it does, why would it? Not only the words, but that it's being sung. So think about some of the songs that give us goosebumps. America the Beautiful gives us way more goosebumps than Jose Puedes Ver, Jose Can I See, versus America the Beautiful. Because America the Beautiful is older than this nation. It resonates with our spirit because it's older. But maybe it resonates with my spirit because I have some spiritual connection here. Maybe I've had a past life here. Maybe I have the DNA, the mixture of the peoples here. Maybe it doesn't resonate with you. Maybe you don't get goosebumps over that thing. Right? So all I can do is understand what I see and feel and experience. And certainly it would make sense that others may. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's the case. So here's a reading, not a singing of it.
Shalom.
Shalom.
In our community, the Our Father, or Lord's Prayer, is known as the Abu Shmaya, which is Jewish Aramaic for Our Father who is in heaven.
Abun.
It's taken from the opening
Ab,
words of the version of
clearly
prayer
Father. What is
used
womb?
by the Talmudi Jewish community.
So human
I decided to
is together
make
the
this
twin
video,
flames.
although you can find a lot of videos on YouTube of the Our Father Syriac, our bread which is from the earth, our bread which is from the earth, give us day by day, which translates as the original Aramaic in the first place. It could easily.
So I have hours and hours of other videos I've done that I've never posted. Going on walks, recording thoughts, kind of going through the process of Nazir, of getting angry at the world, voicing the frustrations, tying it to my lens of conservative Christian American views and how that has transcended to where I am now, where it's like, it's all good. Politics is just a show. It's like Las Vegas. You got two parties, some sort of thing. It's not
It's not the government of Nephi, nor ever will be. It's not an anchor by which you can alter it to make it the government of Nephi. You've got to just think differently, hope differently, and possibly prepare for that that new timeline according to God's will. And God's will is constrained if you ever decide to throw your hat in the ring and say, it's not God's will, it's mine. I am the clay, and I'm going to tell the potter how it was created. Or I am the axe that's going to tell the man that swings it how he should swing it. Or you can just be like water and go with the flow. Abu Nashoma, Father, Mother that moves in the light. Yael, Father and Mother. I've never sang it that way. So I do some plays with words, with food. I experiment with things as I try to try on new hats. As I try to repent, I constantly try to change my mind, consider other alternatives. But Padre, Matre, I normally say Yael, Father in heaven. I don't say Yael, Father and Mother in heaven. I do say Padre, Matre, which is Greek, Roman, Latin roots. But I do focus on this concept of you are the potter and I am the clay. So move me as you may. So what I'm trying to do is take my ego out of the game so God can be in control of the timeline. And when I feel compelled to do something, I'll move. When I don't feel compelled to do something, I'll wait. I'll remove myself from the board trying to make my own moves to demonstrate to Jehovah, to God, that I'll wait for him. And it seems like the more that I do that, wait upon the Lord, put God in charge, the more I see serendipitous events. That doesn't mean I'm happy in my old world view of the circumstances of the details of some of the things going on. So what? That's my personal understanding. I was given the gift of agency in the garden. What's the only thing I can give back to God on the altars of the temple? Is my agency. It's a representation of, I trust you so much that thy will be done. And that seems to be a truism from the Messiah death event. And so here we are. I've stepped away from traditional systems and beliefs. It's been about 4 years to the day. And 5 days ago I started this kind of video system. And I guess this is the end of that. So vamos a ver qué pasa. Let's wait and see what happens next. May God bless and keep you in your life path on your journey to fulfill your personal understanding of your spiritual and temporal journey on this earth. Shalom. In Yeshua's name, amen.